Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats and silence all cell phones. The program is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Bret Stephens.
Yay! It is very nice to be back here. Before I begin, I just want to say a word about this festival and what it means for those of us who have the honor of being invited to participate and to speak. Literary life is actually lonely for the most part. You sit and you chew your fingernails and you try to think of a sentence that doesn't suck. And you seldom encounter the readers you want to encounter. And if you have the misfortune of being the somewhat conservative columnist at a mostly liberal newspaper, the readers you do encounter don't always like you. You rarely encounter not only readers who like you, but readers who care for the written word and care for the language. And a literary culture that is alive and flourishing and has destinations, including very nice destinations like Rancho Mirage. And those of you who are responsible for putting this event together are doing a mitzvah like you can hardly begin to appreciate. And I want to just thank everyone here, readers, angels, organizers, the people who brought me here from backstage doing all of that work. I think I speak for every single writer here, letting you know just how grateful we are for what it is, this miracle that you assemble every year that keeps literary and intelligent life alive in an increasingly illiterate age. So I just want to begin by thanking you. The rest of the speech is grim. For a number of years, I had the good fortune of being one of the journalist sidekicks to the late, great Senator John McCain, who liked to take his favored columnists, reporters on what's known in Washington as CODELs, congressional delegations. And we would fly around on a Air Force business jet, usually a comfy 737, and we'd go to various places wherever McCain wanted to go. And he was usually in the company of his kind of sidekicks in the Senate. Joe Lieberman was always there. He'd bring a few Democrats. Joe Lieberman was a Democrat, come to think of it. And Lindsey Graham was also a mainstay of those trips. And whatever you think of Lindsey Graham, he's a very amusing guy. And he once told me a story. I'm sure I'm not the only one to whom with whom he shared this story about the trajectory of his political career up until that point. And he said, when he was a young man, he was ambitious. He was a lawyer. He'd been in the Air Force as a JAG for a period of time. He said, I've got to get myself elected to the South Carolina State House. And he did so because he had a theory in life that there are basically just two kinds of people. There is them, and there is us. And in the world of us, nothing happens, nobody knows what's going on. In the world of them, that's where the action takes place. That's the room where it's happening. And so he wanted to move from us to them by getting himself elected to the State House. So of course he did that, and he very quickly discovered that in the South Carolina State House, nothing got done. No important business was transacted. Nobody knew what they were doing. He realized, like, this is the wrong them. Where it's really happening is in the United States Congress. So he had to move to the them of the House of Representatives, and sure enough, he got elected. And next thing he knew, 435 people, all of them kind of lowlifes, narcissists. No important business was being transacted. Nobody knew what was going on. He said, where I really have to get to is the United States Senate. The them of the Senate, that is where stuff is happening. So he goes to the Senate, 100 senators. Guess what? He discovers that the Senate is just as bad as the House of Representatives. That is not where it's going on. So finally, he rises in seniority in the Senate as a leading member of various committees, and he increasingly starts getting invited to the White House, to meetings with secretaries of state and president and defense and the president of the United States under various administrations. And in the Oval Office, he has a realization one morning, because he realizes that nobody knows what's going on. Everybody's incompetent in the Oval Office. And he had this insight, which he shared with me. He said, what I realized is them is us. And then in his South Carolina drawl, he said, and us is fucked. So we're all adults in the room, so at any rate, I begin with that anecdote because just about a week and a day ago, I was in Davos in Switzerland, where I sat through the speeches of Prime Minister Carney, President Macron, and of course, President Trump. And that was the line that came to my mind when I was listening to the President of the United States. Us is effed. Actually, when I was listening to the president, he was talking, of course, about how awesome and incredible and amazing, and above all, how hot the United States is under his administration, spending a little time on the subject of Greenland, generously offering our stalwart allies, the Danes, who have always been on our side, that they can either hand over Greenland, and he said, and I quote, "You can give it to us and we will be grateful, or you can say no and we will remember," which is really a line worthy of a Mario Puzo novel in terms of the kind of mafioso aspect of, one day I will ask for one small favor. But the speech put me in mind of actually two genuine works of political literature. The first was Lincoln's second inaugural address, the one that concludes with those beautiful words, to do all which may achieve a lasting peace among ourselves and with all nations. That last ringing line in that beautiful speech. Trump's speech was the Platonic opposite of that sentiment. This was a speech which was with malice for all and charity toward none. The second literary reference, and this is a little bit more serious, was to the novel *The Magic Mountain*, the great Thomas Mann novel published 102 years ago. And I want to talk a little bit about *The Magic Mountain* because it remains a really relevant novel, in addition to being just a fantastic read. So I'm going to give away the ending of this novel in case some of you haven't read it. Don't worry, it will detract nothing from the pleasure of spending 800 words in the company of a Germanic master from the last century. I'm sure that's the best possible use of your time. But the novel takes place also in the village of Davos, which in the early 20th century was a retreat for basically for people with tuberculosis, for respiratory problems. And in 1912, Mann's wife was suffering, not from tuberculosis, but from some respiratory ailments, and she was in one of these sanatoria, and Mann paid her a visit, and it gave him this idea for a novel, which took a dozen years to realize. And in the intervening years, the First World War happened. And Mann had the insight, the wit, the genius to understand that what was happening in this tuberculosis sanatorium in the otherwise beautiful setting of the Swiss Alps was a metaphor, as it were, for what was happening to European civilization on the eve of its great calamity, or of its first great calamity, which was World War I. And so he decided that writing about the characters in this place would be a good way to examine how it is that a civilization like Europe at the beginning of the 20th century, so proud, so accomplished, so exceptional in so many ways, could hurtle itself so unexpectedly and so tragically into a war which took the lives of 20 or 30 million people and really wrecked Europe as a major civilization ever after. And so there are a number of themes in the novel which are worth sort of looking at. One is kind of technological acceleration and the way in which people were discovering through technology entirely new ways of looking at the world, and that seems very apposite today in a world of drones and drone warfare, AI, all of these sort of revolutionary and accelerating technological changes. But the other aspect of the novel, and trust me, I'm getting my way to my point, is an argument that takes place over hundreds of pages in the novel between two characters, each of whom expresses a ferociously held but fatally flawed worldview. One is a character who's named Lodovico Settembrini, and he is a kind of a pacifist, an internationalist, a humanist, a socialist. He believes that with sufficient goodwill and sufficient accurate information and enough by way of cooperation between men and between nations, that you can achieve a kind of a modern day utopia, that every year things were slowly progressing towards a state that was more peaceful, more humane, more cooperative, more civilized. And pitted against him is his intellectual antagonist, a man named Leo Nafta, who is a kind of a proto-totalitarianism. He's essentially the voice of Lenin and, in a sense, of the National Socialists, although the name Hitler was not really known, barely known when the novel was published. And he expresses the voice of romantic irrationalism and the will to power. He's a kind of a Nietzschean figure. And Nafta has a line in the book which has always stayed with me. He says, "It is a cruel misunderstanding of youth to imagine that at the heart of man's desire is the desire to be free. The heart of man's desire," says Nafta, "is the desire to obey." And it's these two antagonists who begin as kind of friendly intellectual sparring partners that really sets the kind of ideological tone of the novel, because what Mann is really examining isn't right versus wrong, it's one type of mistake versus another type of mistake. And the novel culminates, and here's the spoiler alert, but the novel culminates with these two men, both of whom, by the way, are dying of tuberculosis, like Europe itself, of consumption, who decide, when their argument grows too fierce, they have a duel. And in the duel, what's so striking about that scene is that Settembrini, as the champion of liberal humanism, cannot bring himself to shoot NAFTA. So he fires his gun in the air. And NAFTA, enraged by what his antagonist has done, instead of shooting his antagonist, points the gun at himself and commits suicide. And the novel, what the novel manages to capture, the meaning of that moment, is that you have, on the one hand, in NAFTA, a form of totalitarian politics which ultimately, over time, turns on itself and destroys itself. But opposed to that is a form of liberal humanism that lacks the courage of its own convictions, lacks the will to defend its values even at the cost of diminishing its own values by using violence, and so therefore is powerless in the face of a kind of totalitarian or authoritarian enemy. And that was the image that Mann had in mind on the eve of the First World War, where on the one hand you had all these people writing the Geneva Conventions and believing that the world was progressing towards greater international harmony, and on the other hand these people who, for a variety of unfulfilled longings and unexpressed rages, were prepared to tear it all down. So I want to begin with that, not only because it seems opposite to what goes on in this little Swiss town of Davos, but because it seems incredibly appropriate to the world in which we are living today. And I witnessed that when I was watching these speeches, not only by the president, but also by some of his European antagonists. One of the things that was frightening to experience, I'm just telling you like what it felt like in the room, the president's speech just felt like an assault on all of the people who were in the room. And you could see that the president was thoroughly enjoying himself, because as far as he was concerned, everyone in this room hadn't voted for him. We were all, Davos elites, and we hated his guts. And he was there essentially to own us, as owning the libs. He was owning the Davos elite, and doing so, I'm sure, to the delighted audiences watching him back home. But I also think of the people who were there ostensibly to oppose him. I'm sure there's other Canadians in this room. Wonderful. You're very proud of your prime minister. He gave an eloquent speech. Fantastic reference to Václav Havel's The Power of the Powerless. But Mr. Carney, Mr. Macron, Mrs. von der Leyen, they are speaking from the position of Settembrini. They are speaking from this idea that they can assert their values without developing the corresponding strength to impose their values. And so until you have a political situation globally where people like Macron and Carney and other kind of still liberal Democrats, the Prime Minister of Denmark, God bless her, I don't envy her position at all, but Canada, France, Britain, Germany, other countries are not going to count for very much in this world unless they begin to rethink some of the assumptions that have undergirded their style of governance, not just for the past few years, but really in the post-war world, where they imagined that they could concern themselves only with nice issues like win-win solutions and greater cooperation and thinking about tackling the challenges of climate change and protecting vulnerable populations, while the rest of the world behaved like the NAFTAs. So we are now in a world in which the NAFTA ideology, I'm not talking about the North American Free Trade Agreement, I'm talking about the character in the novel that I just mentioned. The NAFTA ideology is out, I guess since there's so many Canadians, about, and rampaging around the world. People will say, in a kind of offhand way, we've never lived in such a dangerous world as we do today. Unfortunately, that cliche has the virtue of being true. The nations in the world who mean to dominate the world for nothing greater than their political gain, to extend their authority, their reign, those nations are rising and powerful. And we delude ourselves into thinking that they can somehow be contained. Right now, there is an axis between Beijing and Moscow and Tehran and North Korea, actually included Caracas up until about 4 weeks ago or so, that means business, that means to harm those of us who are living in the free world. And if you kind of ask yourself where the historical parallels lie, in this case, they might not lie so much with the eve of the First World War, but they certainly rhyme with the eve of the Second World War, where you had countries that seemingly had disparate interests, disparate regional ambitions, Japan, Germany, the Soviet Union, and Italy, coalescing around a common set of ideas and a common set of enemies to try to take as much as they could while they sensed that the free world was weak. That's exactly what is happening today. One of the more disturbing conversations that I had when I was in Davos was with a Ukrainian individual, I can't say who he is, who spends a lot of time thinking about drone warfare. And one of the things that was interesting to hear was that the effect of the war with Ukraine had been to destroy the regular Russian army, the tanks, the APCs, much of their bomber fleet, all of the 20th century apparatus of war, but to make way for a drone army that, if it were to go to war with the West tomorrow, would win. As he put it, the Russian army today, given its mastery of AI and drone technology, could defeat NATO and take Warsaw in a matter of days. And this is not a Russian nationalist speaking. This was a Ukrainian adversary speaking. The Chinese are gearing this year and next to seize Taiwan. They're doing so, I think, at an accelerated pace, not a slower pace, for a couple of reasons. A, Taiwan is weak, and it's not necessarily going to remain weak forever. And B, as China suffers from increasing economic problems, as it does, it becomes more advantageous to the rulers in Beijing to move quickly and first. Now, what happens with Iran is another story, and I'm not sure I can work this in. We're going to see what happens in the next few days. But these are the adversaries that we face. Now, typically, we wouldn't feel entirely bad about this because we would say, we in America represent the free world. We represent not just the strength of free societies, but we represent the values of free societies. That seems to me a much more difficult case to make now than it might have a year ago, or even, let's say, 6 years ago during the first Trump administration. I have never felt so keenly the absence of a core set of values guiding American foreign policy as we have today. And I say this as someone who has kind of, with one hand clapping, supported some of the things that the Trump administration has done. I wrote a column almost exactly a year ago. It was titled Depose Maduro. I should be delighted that we deposed Maduro. He's a terrible human being, thuggish character who sent a third of his country into flight. But we deposed Maduro I simply to replace him with Maduro II. We deposed a tyrant who was anti-American so that we could put in another tyrant who, if not pro-American, was scared enough to do our bidding. That's a staggering, staggering result for those of us who think that the goal of our foreign policy should be to increase the number of countries that share our core commitments, our core moral commitments, our core values. We are operating essentially not in a different way than our adversaries are operating. And it's worth recalling that during the Cold War, one of the reasons we won the Cold War is that our allies were happy to follow us. The members of NATO signed up voluntarily. The members of the Warsaw Pact signed up involuntarily. And ultimately, those involuntary members in the Soviet Empire revolted, as they did in Berlin in November of 1989, in Hungary, and in Prague and other places, and brought that empire down. You can't run the free world without a freely consenting collection of nations that are prepared to follow your lead. It doesn't work that way. We can't work as the Athenians did during the Peloponnesian War, essentially strong-arming smaller countries into doing our bidding and then claiming we are operating in the name of democracy. It doesn't work politically, it doesn't work morally, and in the long term, it doesn't really work strategically. So that's where we are now in the United States. I don't want to call this the downfall of America, because America has made much graver mistakes in its past. If you kind of go down our history, we have all kinds of moments that we should not be proud of. I say this as someone who grew up in Mexico and still wants California back. Well, we're getting it back, but not the way we had thought initially. But in order for us to switch back, we need to rethink the way politics and ideology take place in the United States and in the West. And the point that I really want to kind of emphasize, the John McCain wing of the Republican Party is dead. And it is a great tragedy. It's a tragedy for the GOP, because I think he represented the best of the GOP. It's a tragedy for the country because even if you're a wild liberal or progressive, you always want a conservative opponent with whom you can tolerate, whom you can live with, whom you at least respect. And I think for too many people who are on the liberal side of politics, that's become essentially impossible today. But then the task falls on the Democratic Party to get serious. And right now, with the exception of, I think, two people I can think of who are potential contenders for the Democratic Party, and they're not from California, the Democratic Party is not a serious party. The Democratic Party is not a party that is prepared to lead not only the United States in terms of addressing our domestic disquiets and our problems, it's not prepared to lead the free world. Why? Because it remains a party that is essentially identical to the liberalism of Settembrini. This idea that if we could just get along better, then the world would be fine. It is a kind of Rodney King version of foreign policy. Why can't everyone get along? And this will not do. So what does the Democratic Party need to do, not only, in my mind, to save itself politically, but to save the world politically? It has to reclaim the fighting faith of the old Democratic Party of Franklin Roosevelt and Harry Truman and Jack Kennedy and Scoop Jackson and Sam Nunn and Daniel Patrick Moynihan, liberals who were not ashamed of being liberals, and they were not ashamed either of being Americans and patriots and believers in what this country is about and what it can do, and what it can do, if necessary, when it is armed for the sake of the defense of itself and its allies and its causes and its values. That Democratic Party is largely absent now. I didn't see it in its platform 2 years ago with either, well, to some extent with Biden, but certainly not with Harris. I don't see it among leading Democrats today. So what are the things that I think the Democrats should do? I wrote down a list. Number one, this is the most important thing. The Democratic Party has to abandon and reject identity politics as the basis of what makes its values work. Identity politics is essentially a form of race politics in reverse. It sees people not through the lens of who they are, or what they've accomplished, or what their values are, or what their behavior is like. It sees people primarily through the lens of what the color of their skin is, or what their gender is, or their sexual identity, one thing or another. Characteristics which are antithetical to the meaning of a liberal republic. Identity politics killed the Democrats politically, and by the way, they deserve to be killed politically because Americans, by and large, were sick and tired of being categorized and divided and graded according to the race to which they happened, or the race or the gender or whatever else in which they happened to have been born into. That is not what this country is about. You cannot govern, you cannot lead a successful liberal democracy by installing at the heart of that liberal democracy an illiberal politics that is always going to turn people from individuals into categories. So that is the first and most important thing the Democrats need to do. And by the way, it can't just be like quietly, like Gavin Newsom, like stepping away from identity politics without denouncing it. There needs to be a Sister Souljah moment in this country, in that party that says, that's not us. We went astray. That's the first point. The second point is that for all of the sins of the United States, for all of the mistakes, for all of the bad elections and the fact that we've got Big Orange Man as president, this is the greatest country on earth. This is the greatest country on earth. And Democrats need to truly believe that. We can no longer have histories in our schools, in our high schools and in our colleges, provided by liberal professors, which are merely a catalog of all of the sins that the United States has committed against other people around the world and against its own people. The fact of the matter is that if you have spent any time anywhere else in the world, I grew up in Mexico City, I've lived in the Middle East, I've lived in Europe, you understand the miracle that the United States always was and still remains. And it's time that young liberals begin to understand that. Bill Clinton said in his first inaugural address, he said, there is nothing wrong with America that can't be fixed by what is right in America. Actually, the most eloquent thing Bill Clinton ever said. He said some other things that I won't repeat here. And by the way, it happens to be true. The story of America from 1776 onwards is a story of broken and hypocritical people standing eventually by their values or moving towards them and repairing everything that's broken. And the fact that this country has been able to make the progress that it has is something Democrats ought to advertise and feel good about, not something to feel ashamed of. The third thing, and this is related, which is to believe in the necessity of American power and the universality of American values. You cannot simply hold up the ideal of America and say, oh, this is what we stand for, isn't this great? And then pretend that we don't live in a world in which power is a governing factor in everyday life. It is astounding to me, as a columnist for the New York Times, to write a column pointing out that more people have been slaughtered in Iran, were slaughtered in Iran earlier this month, twice as many people slaughtered there than at the Battle of Antietam, which was the bloodiest day in American military history. And the answer of my basically liberal readers is like, yeah, but what about Minneapolis? That's the fascism that we should worry about. We should worry about what's happening in Minneapolis. But the indifference to the fact that people around the world are pleading for American help and they're being slaughtered is unworthy of American politics. It's unworthy of our country, and it's unworthy of liberals. It's not enough to have our ideals. It's not enough to have our values. The United States, our armies and navies and air forces are the margin for much of the world between civilization and barbarism. And Democrats, above all, should understand that fact, not only when it comes to our domestic politics, but when it comes to politics around the world. The next thing, and this is also something that I worry about, is a belief in capitalism, a belief in free markets. I come from a city called New York. It used to be called New York. It's now the Socialist Democratic Republic of New York. And it's terrifying when you see surveys of the attitudes of young Americans to hear how many of them think that socialism or systems based on collectivism are actually superior alternatives to the ruthless individualistic capitalism, which just happens to have provided the extraordinary economic bounty of the United States. Nobody on earth thinks that capitalism is a perfect system. There is no perfect economic system. But a free market system based on private property, competition, open entry to various competitors, light regulation, is the reason that we have created an American cornucopia that has no rival anywhere else in the world. And liberals and Democrats, by all means, should want a fairer society. They should, by all means, champion a more equitable distribution of wealth. But when you hear the progressive edge of the Democratic movement, especially among young people, talking about the virtues of a socialist or even a communist economy, and that's what's happening in my city as we speak, it should be a source of terror and fear. Teach your grandchildren that these are ideas that could only have been hatched in colleges where tuition is $90,000 a year. Only in that environment are such stupid ideas possible. So that's another thing that the Democratic Party needs to take on board. Two more points before I wrap up. There are two countries in the world today that, imperfect and flawed as they are democracies whose citizens have risen in the face of totalitarian adversaries to defend their societies, to defend their lives, to defend their systems. And one is Ukraine. And Democrats seem to get, for the most part, that Ukraine is a country that must be defended against its totalitarian adversary. The other country is called Israel. You may not like every aspect of Israeli policy. You may not like the personality of its prime minister. But if you're a woman, if you're gay, if you're a political dissenter, if you're an artist, if you are in any real sense a liberal, the only country in the Middle East where you would want to set foot or spend any time is the state of Israel. And Israel has spent the past 2.5 years fighting for its life against enemies that don't just want to defeat it, they want to eliminate it and destroy it. And that should beget not contempt, not anger, not rage. It should beget respect and admiration. Israel is a little democracy that is fighting for the things that we actually believe in. And not for 1 second would we apply to ourselves the prescriptions that Israel's critics in today's liberal world apply to Israel. Defend yourself, but only up to a point. Don't defeat the enemies that raped your women, kidnapped your citizens, and slaughtered your people on the 7th of October of 2023. Not for 1 second as Americans would we say, oh, that seems like a good idea for us, but it's okay for the Jews out there in the Middle East to live with Hamas on one border and Hezbollah on another border, and for Iran to come within inches of developing a nuclear weapon and to have a production capability of 1,000 ballistic missiles a month. That little country flawed as it is, enraging as it is, annoying as it is fighting for the values that we in the United States, particularly as liberals in the broadest sense of the word, ought to hold dear. You cannot understand what we need to do for America without having a baseline level of support for what the Jewish state is doing for itself and the example it's setting for every other democracy that is under the kind of siege that it is. About 2,400 years ago, Pericles, who was one of Athens' better leaders, gave a funeral oration at the end of the first year of the Peloponnesian War, when things were going modestly well for the Athenian side. It kind of goes downhill from there. And in the funeral oration, he says something, and these are the words that I want to leave you with. He says to the Athenians who are there to cremate their dead on funeral pyres, he says, Athenians, knowing that happiness requires freedom and freedom requires courage, do not shrink from the perils of war. And it's a beautiful phrase, because a beautiful turn of phrase, because it reminds us that if we are going to preserve the things that we care about, we have to reach beyond merely the values and the habits that command and define our everyday life, and actually go to those things like martial capability, courage, a willingness to sacrifice, which are not a part of our everyday life. We are living, as again everyone says, we are living in the most dangerous world that any of us has seen since well before the Cuban Missile Crisis. I would say since the 1930s. And the only way we're going to get out of this in a way that we'd like to get out of it is to understand that we cannot accept the NAFTAs of the world, and we can't be the Settembrinis of the world. We need to be liberals who are prepared to fight for the things in which we believe, the things that we hold dear. And I hope that some of the candidates you talk to and support can hear this message and say that it's now time for the Democratic Party to stop being the party of Mamdanis and other governors who shall go unmentioned. This is the party of Franklin Roosevelt, of Harry Truman, Jack Kennedy. Let's get it back to where it was. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, the program will begin in 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats and silence all cell phones. The program is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Charles Blow, Karine Jean-Pierre, and Lieutenant Governor Eleni Kounalakis with Douglas Brinkley.
Future happens first.
Okay.
Douglas. James.
Okay.
Good morning. It's beautiful weather, and we have an incredible panel with a fun but almost impossible task of being futurist. We are taking the theme of looking at America 250, that birthday will be this summer, as you all know, and trying to imagine further what the world may be like, say, another 250 years later. This is more the kind of work of Ray Bradbury or maybe even Carl Sagan, but we're going to use it as a way to get into some ideas that are brewing in our current time. And I was going to begin with Lieutenant. I was going to begin with the Lieutenant Governor. And thank you for all you do for California. Remarkable, and you have your pulse on everything. One of the great public servants in our country right now. How are we going to deal with wildfires, do you think, in the future? After what we saw, where does that end? Do we have a long-term strategy of attack?
Well, Douglas, first, it's such an incredible honor to be here with you and to the other panelists here. Welcome to California. It's wonderful to be back. Jamie, thank you for having Marcus and me. You know we put it on the calendar in advance, and it's always just such a wonderful thing to be with this cross-section of people, I think, who represent a breadth of the political spectrum, but who all come every year finding common ground, seeking common ground, and looking for ways that we can connect together and lead to a future that is brighter and better for our families and for our children. So I think that it does make a lot of sense to talk about climate change and a warming climate and the situation in California as part of this question of what the next 250 years look like. In the 7 years that I've been in office, California has experienced 8 of the 10 most catastrophic wildfires in the history of our state, which is saying a lot. We just passed the 1-year anniversary of the devastating Los Angeles wildfires. Thousands of homes lost. Very, very difficult to be able to build them back, especially, from everything from batteries, Tesla batteries that melted and have to be have special procedures to clean up, to the fact that we're having a workforce that feels that if they show up on the job site, they could be grabbed and thrown into a car and separated from their families. So it is a very, very difficult situation that in the moment that we're in. But when we look forward to the next 250 years, I think that there is simply no question that we have to figure out how to stop burning fossil fuels, because it is weakening the ozone layer and it is causing the planet to warm. You feel that, by the way, here in the desert. The summers are getting longer and they're getting hotter. And so we're all experiencing this. And I think I would just leave with one thing. We often say, Governor Newsom often says, California is where the future happens first. And so I'm not a futurist, but I will say that we do think about being in this pivotal time where the decisions that we make today, whether it's on climate change or on many of the other things I'm sure we can talk about here, politically and technology and otherwise, but we're dealing with these things right now. And so we are investing billions and billions of dollars into every element of this transition to clean energy so that we can stop burning and relying on massive burning of fossil fuel. Everything from fusion to just building lots and lots of solar panels and charging for EVs. So yeah, no, we're investing every day in a future that will allow us to transition away from the burning of fossil fuels, because if we don't, the warming of the planet will accelerate, and that will without question have an extraordinary and a devastating impact on the future of the country and the world.
You know, John F. Kennedy, when he became president, thought he couldn't be like FDR in the New Deal, doing all these programs. And he was debating whether to do desalinization of water or the moonshot. And the moon had more national defense connotations, even though we went to the moon at peace, meaning it stoked the aerospace industries and the like. And now we can do desalinization. Your state has pockets where it can be done. Yeah. It's so expensive, and it's not brought into the grid, so to speak, of the state. When and how can that change? Is it about being too expensive to do, or we just don't have the money for the kind of piping system you would need, or
No question about it. I mean, you look at an image of planet Earth, and what do you see? You see water. What is the old water everywhere, but not a drop for drink? We have to be able to figure out how to turn seawater into drinkable water. And Israel actually has been the pioneer in this out of its own necessity for survival, and a lot of that technology has migrated here. The real challenge with desal at this point is that it takes so much energy for the process. But again, billions of dollars now have been allocated in grants and tax credit programs for innovators. And you know, we have the largest research universities in the state of California. We have more access to capital than any other place in the country for entrepreneurship and all of this. And they are tackling ways to be able to scale desal in a way that is not quite so energy intensive. But do I think that this nut will be cracked in 250 years? Absolutely. I mean, I think that we are going to, you know, all the elements are in place to be able to get there far faster than that. And what it takes is investment in science and people and entrepreneurship. But I have no doubt that that's one of the challenges that will get solved. Thank you.
Charles of the New York Times, Charles Blow, great writer and thinker. How, you know, I look in African-American history at the Great Migration a lot, you know, going from the South to Chicago and the like, 1910s, 20s, 30s, 40s. Do you see some kind of U.S. new migratory pattern that could change the landscape in the next 100 years, like groups of people moving? We've had this great move to the South, you know, West and to the southern states. And yet I know you've talked about maybe some Black Americans should move back, Alabama or Georgia. And give that some thought, because the whole world history of civilization is about movements of people.
So the country, and to a larger degree the world, is now in the middle of 4 great migrations, and they're all interconnected. It is an urbanization migration. Young people, mostly college educated, mostly white in America, are moving into urban areas. That is impacting a reverse migration of Black people out of urban areas in the North and West and back to southern states. There is an environmental migration that's happening from the global South to the North that is impacting America as well. And you know, the kind of immigrant migration for better lives and what have you are all overlapping concepts. People move into certain places, makes it harder for the existing people to stay there. They choose other places to live. That is completely upending societies, our politics. It is connected to the warming of the planet. incredible conflict possibilities of a world in which some areas, maybe entire countries, feel or realize that they do not have enough water. They do not have enough arable soil to grow enough food to feed a population, where disaster or whole islands are underwater, displacing people. It's an incredible thing, and this will happen not even in 100, 250 years, this will happen in 50 years, 50. Add on top of that how those migration patterns are impacting and disrupting our constitutional structures. The legislature in America is dying and almost dead. The Senate is set up in a way that there are, because of this urbanization issue, there are more people in Brooklyn than in Hawaii. Brooklyn will never have 2 senators, but Hawaii does. And so in 20, 30 years, you get to a point where 80% of the people are represented by 20 senators, and the inverse. On the other side, in the House, we already had a destructive gerrymandering underway, and now we have introduced into that off-cycle gerrymandering where the professed objective is to make it a partisan, almost solely partisan by state House of Representatives. That kills it. I mean, the House is dead at that point. The moment that this became a reality for us, and the arms race, it's like a nuclear arms race. If this state did it, then the other state had to, because there was the only way to balance it. But by having it start, it ensures that the House is the dead House. So all of that taken together is incredibly frightening, because what history tells us about moments like that, when people begin to believe that government no longer serves, is revolutionary, right? That is the response. And revolutionary acts are not led by politicians, not led by political parties. It is led by people first, and politics follows it. And that is where we don't want to be, and that is exactly where we're headed.
When we're at a book festival, and I was wondering, I wonder how much influence do you think Ayn Rand books have had on today's, MAGA movement, or Trump followers?
Well, I think the people of my age, maybe, it has more effect. I think the newer generation, it is the podcast. They are the new Ayn Rands. They are the new influence culture. People are listening more than they are reading. Yeah. That's the truth of it.
One last one on water to connect it. So really, Kurt Vonnegut, whose books are being banned right now, like Breakfast.
Whose book isn't being banned right now?
Breakfast of Champions. Kurt Vonnegut, institution writer. And Kurt, before he died, I once interviewed him for the Rolling Stone, and he was saying the whole future is the Great Lakes. It's all about water, and a migration will be to the shores of Lake Michigan and Superior. He was a satirist also, and you're always trying to read where his mind was. But have you ever thought about the importance of the Great Lakes and what it means to you?
Listen, I moved to Detroit right out of college. I lasted 1.5 winters. If that's where the future is, I don't want to go there.
So would water be piped, do you think?
Yeah, you have to pipe it to where it's more for me. I don't know how that's going to work.
Governor, how does water, are you looking at piping water into California as the Colorado River dies and things like that?
Yeah, no, water is definitely top of mind in California, particularly for Southern California. As you noted, the Colorado River is losing its capacity. But there are other water sources, and there are other ways to collect upstream. So we are in the process of moving forward with something called the Sites Reservoir, which would be the first major reservoir in the state for since Pat Brown. And it's moving forward, but it's moving forward slowly. And it is a very large public works project. And one of the things that I think that we don't really think about enough at the federal level or at the state level is that we often equate building things with money. How much does it cost? But the fact is, money doesn't build things. People build things. And we have a real challenge with the workforce in the state and in the country right now because of the attacks on immigration. Because we have not necessarily recognized that that construction in and of itself, when you can make careers out of those jobs, it's a very rewarding thing for people to do. Before I was in government, I was in the housing industry, and we built major master plan communities up in the Sacramento region. And I think throughout time we think of the great societies by their public works projects, Rome and the aqueducts, for instance. And yet we need to shift back, I think, to this notion that it really is what we build, what we manufacture, that is a core strength of any society. And I think we let go of that in the past, and we need to get back to it. But we have a lot of work to be able to get there. So in terms of water, we still have an enormous amount of water in Northern California that collects in our snowpack and then drains relatively slowly. Enough that we can capture it and use it and send it to Southern California. We're doing a lot of work in improving existing reservoirs to build capacity, but we've got all kinds of challenges to make sure that we, over time, have enough water. But I am really quite bullish on desal. It's happening, it's being built. Again, right now, it just takes a lot of energy to deliver it. But if you program that energy to it, it's doable. There are so many different ways, though. People often don't know that California is the #1 agricultural state in the country, #1 ag state. And we are also the place of innovation. So you see all kinds of things that are happening that create efficiencies for food and other of our basic needs. I was at a manufacturing plant for dairy. It's one of the most technologically advanced dairy production facilities. You may have noticed when you go to the grocery store that the shelf life of your milk is getting longer and longer.
Yes,
you notice that?
What is that about?
Yeah.
What is that about? I'll tell you what it's about. It's about innovation in pasteurization, right? So, what you do, you heat it up, and then you put it in the refrigerator. They're figuring out ways to manipulate the heating of it for different periods of times, and then as they packaging it so clean. You go into this facility, it looks like it's manufacturing computer chips. It's so clean, and therefore you can really, really extend the shelf life of dairy products, but they are also coming up with more dairy products that don't need refrigeration at all, that are 100% shelf stable. And the ones, chocolate milk, I defy anyone to tell the difference of the shelf stable chocolate milk. The regular milk, you can still kind of tell. But when you think about even the connection, right, between our energy needs and the fact that we can move toward dairy products that don't need to be refrigerated in transport and in the grocery stores, all of these things are having an impact to get us to finding more efficiencies. The question is, will the forces that are putting pressure on these things overtake our ability to keep up with them?
Thank you so much.
Corinne Jean-Pierre, thank you for making it. You've had a journey to get here.
It was rough, guys.
We appreciate that effort. Anybody who sees the airport world of America
That
right now.
winter storm was real.
That is a wicked
real
winter
wicked,
storm out there.
wicked.
It really is. But thank you for your service also with the Biden administration.
Thank you.
Picking up on a couple of these themes that we've had right now, do you think we are becoming a country going back more to states' rights, if Charles is correct, and I think he is, about the U.S. Senate's diminishing value, and it's going to be run by a cabal of senators, electoral college, people don't trust. So does this mean states start dealing with their issues more in a states' rights way? And does that mean governors are going to be the new leaders if you get a diminished Congress and Senate?
Yeah. Thank you for the question. Thank you for having me. Jamie, I made it, Jamie. I also just learned so much from Lieutenant Governor about, milk and
desal. We're all going to wear desal on us.
Right. And I was like, whoa, okay. I think Charles is 100% right in the way that he has laid out the future of the Senate, the future of the House, the future of Congress, the federal. Congress is a very powerful body in the sense when you think about the federal government and legislating, and also they hold the power of the purse. And so I think, and we have seen this, and this is kind of in history, we have seen this unfold over and over again. And to your question, when you think about states' rights, you have seen this already. It kind of ebbs and flows, right? It depends, also depending on who is in the White House, right? And what governors have to take on, and what the particular states have to deal with, and how they have to deliver for their constituency. So you kind of have seen how powerful states are becoming as it ebbs and flows. A perfect example is Roe v. Wade. When it was overturned after almost 50 years, what did you see in the states, right? You saw this action being taken on abortion rights, and I was in the White House when it happened, and it was wild the amount of pieces of legislation coming from the states, and how they kind of took that over and took that to mean whatever it meant for their particular state. And so you have certainly seen that over decades, in different iteration and in different forms. And look, if you have a body like the Congress that is dying, of course, it's going to shift over to the states, to the governors, to local governments. As they say, politics is local, and so these elected officials have to be incredibly responsible to what's happening to their constituents. But I also, the other side of it too is you see Congress kind of giving up their power. And it is supposed to be an equal co-branch, right? When I was in the administration, we couldn't get anything done if Congress wasn't on board. We had to go back and forth, or we had to do executive actions, or whatever it was, in order to get things done. And that's what was the beauty of it, right? Because it has to be a healthy back and forth. And when that no longer exists, then it becomes one-sided. And so we're seeing that certainly right now in this moment. And that's why institutions are so important, to hold everybody accountable, right? And if it's not happening in Congress, it's not happening in the courts, then what happens? What happens? We're talking about 250 years of this country, this country that I grew up in, and I've had many opportunities. Obviously, I was the White House press secretary, and it was an honor and a pleasure to have that role and to break that glass barrier. But at the same time, one of the things that I learned when I was White House press secretary from President Biden and many others, which is, if you do not fight for our democracy, because we are such a young democracy, we will lose it. We will lose it. And so, this is, I think, where we are in this moment as we're talking about 250 years. This is a dangerous, scary time, and we have to be really honest about with ourselves about where we're going.
What about obviously the role artificial intelligence is playing and is going to be playing, and how it's going to have tendrils that we're not even expecting 250 years.
how does one put guardrails
It's
on
hard.
AI?
It is really hard. Again, Congress right, has to play a role here. Look, when we were in the White House in the Biden-Harris administration, we really tried to do our best to regulate AI and try to make it to be more responsible in how it was, and certainly how quickly it was developing and growing. And that was hard to do. It was really difficult to do. And we were in a situation as well that even talking about social media companies, we had to be mindful and careful in how we spoke about social media company, because there's no real regulation there. And so it's AI is just artificial intelligence is moving much faster than certain legislation has. And it is something that is going to play a massive role in the next couple of years, not even 50 years. I mean, right now in this moment.
And are we creating new like masters of the universe with Bezos and Musk, and because so few everyday people understand it all, so it allows 10, 20 oligarchs of the tech order to be able to basically puppeteer us.
Yeah, I mean, oligarchy right now is one of the things that you see being all powerful and really a big part of where the power lies, if you will. And so yes, I think that's a major thing that we have to speak to and acknowledge. Look, it is not surprising when you think about wealth and where it lives and the power where it lives in it lives in the hands of just a few people. And right now it's more and more exposed, certainly as we as Americans across the country, and their eyes are opening up and they're realizing the moment that we're in. Oligarchy, when you hear that word, before, if you said that word like 4 years ago, people would ignore it and be like, I don't know what you're talking, that doesn't involve, that has nothing to do with me. That's some big word that you're using. But now in this moment, as people are watching and seeing what's happening, like that word, I would guarantee you right now that word is recognizable. People understand what it means, and it's fearful. It is really a time right now to listen and hear what's happening and to see what's going on around you.
So when you're saying there really aren't guardrails, the guardrails then might be, if you can run an honest, free election, the American people might demand guardrails.
Yeah, look, right now the power.
Gretchen Whitmer, I think, started that. Even Florida, DeSantis is mentioning that, and Bernie Sanders. It could be a movement.
Look, I think right now the power is in the hands of the people, period. I've had a couple of conversations with people in the past couple of days or 24 hours, however long I've been here, less than 24 hours, about Minnesota. It is ground zero. It is ground zero with everything that is happening right now. And where's the power? The power is the hand of the people right now. And we're going to see that just across the states, across this country, because that's where it lies. And we can ask for more. We can hold powerful people accountable if we come together. And that is the moment that we're in right now. And I think it's kind of something that it's happening on 250 years.
There are some futurists that are involved with space, and Musk being one, but there are others. With Artemis 2 maybe in February we're going to be going to the moon again. We're talking about going to the moon fairly soon, and then Mars. Part of the rhetoric is it's not all of it. There is a part that's kind of a doomsday. Someday there'll be no Earth. So we have to go like Star Trek off to the galaxies. Do you feel that that generation of technology, those types that really seem to be influenced by Marvel comic books and Star Trek movies as a kid, and our Earth is so beautiful.
It is.
But it's seeming to believe that we're ill-fated or something.
I think we have to do all of it all at once, right? We have to take care of our planet. We have to really take climate change seriously. We have to do the work that we can to protect the Earth, protect the natural resources that we have, to build on it. And sometimes you use technology in order to do that. Most of the times, right? Innovative ideas in order to make sure, okay, how do we protect our water, protect our planet. And so all of these things have to live side by side. We need the technology, whether it's healthcare, whether it's trying to figure out, okay, how do you fight, cancer, or how do you prolong life for someone who has a disease and probably wouldn't have lived past 10 years old. I mean, technology is incredibly important, but we have to do it all, we have to use it for good. And we have to do it all at the same time. We have to create, innovate, and protect. I don't think there's one or the other. You have to do it across the board. You really do. And look, I don't want to attack artificial intelligence or innovation. Innovation has done a lot of great work. It has done a lot of good things. And we can continue to build it and head that way. But at the same time, we have to be honest about oligarchy. We have to be honest about where, the negative parts of it, where it's taking us. And so that's where, that's one of the things that we need leadership on to help kind of guide that way.
On immigration today and race, but if we're beaming to the future, there was that moment when Barack Obama was elected, there was that feeling that we've hit this new kind of post-racial period, or and now there's been a backlash. Are we going to always be concerned, do you think, in the future? How does one not get? How does one convince people to let go of bigotry?
In our opening session, Byrne said that history really doesn't rhyme. Nothing ever repeats itself, but there's similarities. So I've been doing a lot of research for a new book I'm writing, and Hiram Revels from Mississippi was the first black senator elected and sent to Congress. The language around his election is almost exactly the language around Barack Obama. This is the beginning of the end. This is the beginning of kind of race neutrality. And what you realize in Mississippi, where he was from, was also the beginning of a massive backlash, where Mississippi produced the first Constitutional Convention to write white supremacy into the Constitution, and every other state follows the Mississippi example, and that's how you get Jim Crow. That massive backlash to him mirrors the massive backlash to Barack Obama.
Yep.
And so maybe it's not a rhyme. I don't want to get on the wrong side of Kid Birds, but maybe it's not a rhyme, but it feels very familiar.
Yeah.
And so the pressing part for me about doing a lot of historical research is realizing that every 50 years or so, we see this thing. Mm-hmm. We see a surge of some sort of minority progress, whether it's black or gays or women, and you see right on the heels of it a massive backlash to it that feels to everyone around in that environment as a complete shock and aggression. And I am hoping that we don't repeat over and over, but I feel like I'm in a repetition.
Yeah.
So you wouldn't be surprised if the same paranoia and racial division continued in the coming decades?
Yes.
There's no sign of that disappearing or that. What about religion? Churches, synagogues, mosques. What role does the spiritual community, do you think, continue to play in a future if AI isn't affiliated with, Quakerism or Lutheranism? Is AI a kind of almost an attack on people of faith?
You're asking me.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm glad I didn't get that question.
Look, I happen to be a woman of faith, a person of very strong faith. My husband and our family are Greek Orthodox, and we're very close to our church. But if I could just actually pick up on AI through this lens of institutionalism,
okay.
Because we're hearing a lot about that over the last couple of days, and Brett Stevens, I think, was talking about that a little bit this morning. And I think it's one thing that, again, across the political spectrum of Jamie's curated speakers, we are all kind of institutionalists. We believe in the power of institutions. And I'm also Greek American, and so very often we hearken back to Athenian democracy. And it is remarkable how many of the same fundamental structures of American democracy you can see these parallels with ancient Athenian democracy of 2,500 years ago. And so we started out talking about the Senate and the House, the Congress being broken. It can't be dead. It can be broken, but it can't be dead, because we absolutely have to draw the lens back on what has made this country strong and recognize that it is the infrastructure of democracy and the democratic institutions that everything sort of hangs on top of. And
it can't be dead. It can't be dead because we must believe, or it can't be dead as a fact.
Well, I think that I don't think that it is time to give up on this, and I don't think we can afford to give up on it, and I think we have to figure out how to resuscitate it and fix it. And I'm sympathetic to your Hawaii example. If California had equal representation in the Senate, you know, the population of this state is equal to the 22 smallest states. So we always joke, where are 44 senators, right? But the fact of the matter is that the Constitution has been the religion of the United States for so many years, right? And so if we let go of it, if we give up on it, I really worry. And I don't think that it is something, you know, the democratic principles are things that you just say, well, it was the infrastructure of the moment, and now we're going to have something else, because I think you can look back 2,500 years and see these basic principles of diffusing power through a system, of checks and balances on that power, so that no single individual or small group of individuals can consolidate power and dictate how it's going to be for everyone else and be above the rule of law. Right? That is all the same for 25 years in our political philosophy. So if there is one takeaway to me about where we are today and what we have to do to invest in the future, it is absolutely that rational thinking people, you know, because basically Plato said that this structure has to result in rational decisions being made. That is fundamental to what we should all be doubling down on right now.
Yeah, the Texas A&M just banned Plato in their curriculum. This is the kind of concern I have. John Meacham, who's coming to speak, has been using the phrase moral rot. You know, if you're in a society that people believe, here are the 10 commandments we must follow, but if it becomes kind of a lawless order, which everybody's saying AI is, I'm just wondering what role community institutions of that have traditionally been there for better or worse. I'm not making a judgment, but places that people worship and come together as a community. Charles, do you know, how does one, is this the moment, like when Dr. King was in jail and he was asking the preachers, why am I in here in Birmingham, why, you know, aren't you? Is this a time the country should be appealing to faith leaders to say, help bring us together, help address the moral rot?
I guess, well, two things. First, I'll start with the idea that if the Constitution is kind of the religious text of the U.S., it's changed and hardened. So in the beginning of the country, we amended it with major amendments often. No one in this room can imagine a major amendment to the Constitution today because the Senate is broken and because the states are so pardoned. It would never happen. So that means that it's frozen and broken because of the partisanship. The thing about appealing to faith leaders, I think that question has to be reframed to appealing to people outside of the political system. They were just the most activist leaders outside the parameters of the political systems and the parties. And they put pressure on the system from outside it. I think whether it's faith leaders or community organizers or wherever the belief is strongest and the commitment is greatest, and the activism is real and people have boots to put on the ground, that energy, whether it's in churches or synagogues or mosques or wherever, or in a pool hall, that is the energy that the system needs to have brought to bear on it, because the parties can't fix it. They're too self-interested. I am a political observer, but I've never been active in a political party. They're too self-interested. They cannot fix it.
Corinne, on thinking about all of this coming up, like, have you ever thought about what Lieutenant Governor is mentioning, that the only way to deal with the inequity of the Electoral College versus popular vote might be the work to have some states break up in it, like 2 Californias or 2 New Yorks. I mean, is that in any way plausible? Because young people ask that question a lot.
It's a good question to ask, and I think people much smarter than me can speak to those pieces. But I do agree the Electoral College is antiquated and we need to figure how do we not deal with it? How do we get rid of it? How do we make it about people power and voters? There's a theme here that I really want to pull the thread on a little bit, because we are living in a moment, and this is the reality that we have to come to. Our Constitution is going under attack. Our democracy is under attack. And the two-party system is indeed incredibly partisan right now and is not working. It is just not working for many people. It is not. And it is too partisan. And as someone who has been who's been part of the Democratic Party for almost 20 years and worked for 2 presidents and understands this innately from the inside, there is a huge problem. And when you have someone who holds the most powerful position in this country attacking the democracy and really making it about going after political rivals and institutions not holding that person to account, that is scary. And that's saying, like, our institutions right now are not strong. They're just not holding up the way that they should. And that is the reality of where we are. And it's not just me saying that. You have American people across the country who are scared, who are worried, and who are asking those questions as to where are we and where are we going. And this is why it is so important, but at the same time, maybe that person has too much power who is sitting behind the Resolute desk. And it is scary. It is scary. People are afraid. People are worried. And and you have to question what is happening, how the institutions, I'm worried. I'm worried about our democracy. Some much more smarter people than me who are historians and who are watching this very closely will say we're not even in a democracy right now. And if we are, we're hanging by a thread. And so, you know what? No, Congress isn't working right now.
We're with our last question round. I'm going to ask all of you about this. It's a kind of international affairs.
Yeah.
China. Is one seeing in the coming? Look, things change every 100 years. Who knows? But are we starting to see the paradigm of it's going to be the China versus United States for the next 100 years? Is it about realism, 2 or 3 big powers, or can we get back to a United Nations, or a world or an economic order like the European Union? How do you envision this?
Well, the thing that worries me is that we drift to what some on the right want, which is 3 spheres of influence. That the U.S. would control the Americas, that Russia would have huge influence on Europe and that China would control Asia. And this whole Greenland farcical insanity really, it made me think seriously about, could they be that stupid and also that serious about this idea? Because a lot of what the language was coming out of Venezuela was that, everyone in this hemisphere exists at the leisure of the U.S., which is part of that kind of discussion, and that really worries me.
Good.
You go ahead. No, go ahead.
All right, we have covered, we're talking about 250 years into the future.
Yes.
There is no question, and we heard about it this morning, I think from Brett very well, about the international pressures, about the pressures on our own democracy and these questions. And you also mentioned the pressure of technology. I think we could have spent this entire time talking about the pressure of technology and AI.
Agree.
And I think that this is really the moment we find ourselves, an inflection point being driven by technology and changes in everything from warfare to the climate to how we live on a daily basis. And this is why we all come together to try to hash these things out. But I again just would leave it with this, as somebody who was once told as a child by my father that as a Greek American I was related to Aristotle and Plato and all these things, but that there is something about our basic humanity that
Ladies and gentlemen, the program will begin in 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats and silence all cell phones. The program is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome John Meacham.
There he is. How are you, sir? Good to see you.
Thank you.
Try to contain yourselves. All right, I'm going to mention him once, and then we're going to move on. So about in 2017, March 2017, President Trump, and I insist on calling him President Trump because of that creature who existed for 4 years in right-wing media called Biden. They never called him President Biden. It was always Biden. So President Trump announces that he's coming down to Nashville, to the where I live, to the Hermitage, Andrew Jackson's house, to really embrace Jackson. And presidents always see as they wish to be seen, right? It's something interesting to watch when presidents talk about other presidents. They're seeking sanction. They're seeking a kind of justification. When President Kennedy said at the Nobel Prize dinner, this is the largest gathering of talent since Thomas Jefferson dined alone, what he was really saying was, aren't I like Thomas Jefferson to think to invite you all here, right? So there's always something. So President Trump's coming to Nashville. And I'm sitting at home, and I think, well, I should do something about this. I'm a Jackson biographer. I live here. So I wrote an open letter to the president. And I said, dear Mr. President, welcome. Delighted you're embracing history. But if you're going to embrace Andrew Jackson, don't just embrace the crazy parts, right? And there are plenty of crazy parts of Jackson to embrace. He once said that his only two regrets in public life were that he had not shot the Speaker of the House and hung his own vice president. I didn't say anything. You connected those dots. Well done. But Jackson was a unionist. His economic and cultural background would have made him a Calhoun guy on nullification, right? And you gotta love being in a room where you can say a Calhoun guy on nullification and everybody nods. So thank you. This is the world's largest dork convention right now. Your relatives have asked us to intervene. You watch too much cable news. But he was a unionist. He believed in the Constitution. He saw the nation as one great family. He stood up against a proto-secessionist movement in South Carolina in 1832-33. He said the Constitution is not a league but a compact. Not a league but a compact. And so I wrote this piece, an open letter to President Trump. And so I decided to send it to the local newspaper, the Nashville Tennessean, and just to run as an op-ed if they wanted to. And in a really kind of brave editorial call with which I had nothing to do, it was the entire front page of the newspaper. And to make sure the president looked at it, the type was set in his profile. So, I'll wait. Okay, you got it? So it was the only thing on the front page. And so it had no effect on the president at all, of course. But the next day, true story, I'm walking into lunch and my phone rings. And it was George Herbert Walker Bush. And President Bush was spending a lot of that winter in the hospital down in Houston. His staff was printing out stuff for him to read. So they printed out this letter and they gave it to him. And he called. He said, "How you doing?" And I said, I'm fine, Mr. President. He said, "I'm fine." Dana Carvey once said the key to doing the old man's voice was Mr. Rogers trying to be John Wayne. It's a perfect description. Yeah, not going to do it. And so I said, "How are you?" He said, "I'm fine." He said, "I read your letter to Jackson." And I thought, oh, shit, the old boy's losing it, right? He thinks I'm writing letters to dead people. And I said, "Well, Mr. President, thank you. But, actually, that was a letter to Trump about Jackson." And without missing a beat, the old man said, "Yeah, but Jackson will pay more attention." And then he hung up. He had thought of the joke. True story. He said, "See ya." Like, that was it. He wanted to deliver the joke. All right, we're going to move on now, but I wanted to get that out of the way. So we are in a moral crisis in this country. It has political manifestations, but I believe that fundamentally it is a moral one, because politics is a reflection, a manifestation, a visible manifestation of invisible forces within all of us. The social contract is about managing and marshaling our appetites and our ambitions in order to give grace and generosity and kindness a fighting chance. It may not prevail. Those virtues may not prevail. Nothing is guaranteed in history. We've been doing this since the 3rd chapter of Genesis, right? There was a piece of fruit. We were told not to take it. We took it. Mayhem ensues. We are a fallen, frail, and fallible people. The remarkable thing about the United States of America is that we've gotten as much right as we have. But just because the bar isn't perfection, it is close to more perfect, and we can do better, and we have to do better, or fundamentally, the social contract as we've understood it, with vital amendments since 1776 and 1787, 1789 with the beginning of the Washington presidency. I would argue 1815, which was the defeat of the British, who did come back. We forget this sometimes. The American Revolution, which I know y'all have been talking about, with that marvelous, what Ken has done and what Rick Atkinson's done. I've argued, and no one's paid any attention, but you're going to have to listen to it for a second, that actually the American Revolution in some ways should be understood as a 50-year war, from 1765 until 1815, from the Stamp Act and the beginnings of more imperial pressure through the British being expelled from the geographic country after the Battle of New Orleans in 1815. Because if you think about it, if you were an empire and you lost a continent, you'd probably want to come back and try again. And they did, right? The British came back. The War of 1812, totally, largely forgotten, was another struggle. It is, in fact, also the last time we invaded Canada, so you might want to look that up. How about Mark Carney, by the way? The New Republic once had a contest for the most boring headline ever written. It was Worthy Canadian Initiative. He has now undone that in a vital way. And so what I want to talk about the moral side of this, because it is at once dispiriting that it's just up to us, but it's also empowering that it's up to us. We have not been invaded by aliens. The political, in many ways, paralysis is a manifestation, an outgrowth of elemental human appetites that are going to be with us until what William Faulkner called the last red and dying evening. The task is not to prevail totally. The task is to contain the worst. And that's actually genuine conservatism, by the way. That's what Edmund Burke meant when he talked about conservatism. Conservatism, as it's currently on display in the country, is not recognizable to classical conservatives or fiscal conservatives. Conservatives have a skepticism about large-scale enterprise because most things in the human endeavor don't work out as we expect. It's a pretty safe bet, right? And so what I'm proposing, and it's wrapped up in what could be a contentious thought, so I offer it with Jamie's blessing, actually not, so if it's troubling. I believe an answer to this moral question, this moral crisis, where there are federal law enforcement officials deployed on the streets of the United States for a crisis, so-called, that is a genuine problem, but to which I think increasingly, a large number of Americans believe that the reaction to that problem has been disproportionate. The answer lies not in an un-American reaction. The answer lies in a patriotic reaction. We are in a fundamental conflict at this hour, I believe, between civic patriotism and ethnic nationalism. Now, that's a lot of isms for this hour of the morning, but I want you to bear with me. One of the things, if you do what I do for a living, there are two people you really don't like. Three people actually. One is Richard Hofstadter, the great Columbia historian. The other is Arthur Schlesinger Jr., a great historian. And the third is George Orwell. The reason you don't like them, if you do what I do, is that most of what you think to say has already been said by them better. And you find it and you're like, eh. So this happened to me last year with George Orwell. I was trying to figure out, was there a distinction between nationalism and patriotism? And turns out, George Orwell explained it to us. So in 1945, he wrote the following. By nationalism, I mean the habit of assuming that human beings can be classified like insects and can be confidently labeled by the millions as good or bad. Secondly, I mean the habit of identifying oneself with a single nation or unit, placing it beyond good and evil, and recognizing no duty other than advancing its interests. Patriotism, on the other hand, is devotion to a particular place and way of life which one believes best, but has no desire to force on others. Patriotism is defensive. Nationalism, on the other hand, is inseparable from the desire for power. So, riffing off that, my argument is that nationalism, particularly ethnic nationalism, is devotion to your own kind. And for most Americans, that's people who look like me. Right? I am a boringly heterosexual, white, Southern male Episcopalian. There are 6 of us left. Jack Danforth is the other one. We actually have a quorum. We could vote something in. God's frozen people, the Episcopalians. That's funny too, I'll wait. Nationalism is allegiance to your own kind. Patriotism is allegiance to a creed, to an idea, to a set of principles that can be adopted by intellectual and moral assent, no matter who you are. And that is what the United States of America is supposed to be. That is our mission statement. That was the central organizing claim of the American Revolution. The most important sentence ever originally rendered in English. That all men are created equal and are endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights, among them life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. A sentence that's changed more lives around the world and continues to do so than any other. Now that might seem hyperbolic, the most important sentence ever originally rendered in English. It's a little like the story about the Texas school board candidate who was against teaching Spanish in the public schools and said on the stump one day, if English was good enough for our Lord Jesus Christ, it's good enough for Texas. There's that. When George W. was governor of Texas, I told him that story. He said, that's pretty funny, asshole. We're very close. The Declaration of Independence is a patriotic document. It is a document that sets what Lincoln called a standard, an axiom applicable at all times and in all places, to stand as a stumbling block against the reappearing forces of tyranny and oppression. That's the Declaration. People who looked like me voluntarily defined a nation not as an ethnic unit, but as a patriotic and principled one. We did it. We didn't have to. We had the guns, right? But we did. In one of the most remarkable acts of statecraft and one of the great, I think, acts of moral philosophy in action in the history of the world. And this is not self-congratulatory, because we have failed more often than we've succeeded in living up to that principle, but that is the principle. That's the reason we're here at our best. That's the patriotic core of the American experiment. It's not that it's people who look like me. It's not that can only belong. It's not that only the people who think the way I think can belong. Partisanship is fine. Partisanship is part of the DNA, but it has to be patriotic. We have to see politics not as total war, not as a state of nature, what Hobbes called the war of all against all, but as an arena of contention in which we take a stand in order to create a solution to commonly agreed upon problems for a given period of time. This is not a Democratic, uppercase D, or Republican, uppercase R statement. I'm not a Democrat. I live in Tennessee, so when I say I have conservative friends, that's redundant, right? The only time my in-laws in Mississippi encounter me is on Fox when I'm being attacked. And they're torn because they agree with the attack, but they're kind of proud that I'm being attacked. So it's very complicated, right? I stand before you talking today, not least because when I was 10 years old, I thought Ronald Reagan was this enormously important figure when he ran for president in 1980. Many of you knew him, and you certainly knew Mrs. Reagan. As Jimmy Stewart said, if Ronnie had married her the first time, he would have won an Academy Award. Have I ever told you this story? This has nothing to do with what we're talking about, but you may be the only thing you remember. So the great phrase of President Reagan, we'll get back to nationalism and patriotism in a second. But you know, the great phrase President Reagan is known for, of course, is that America is a shining city on a hill, right? Well, the city on a hill is a phrase from the Sermon on the Mount, that we shall be as a city upon a hill. And President Reagan, with that remarkable visual imagination he had, added the word shining, improving the image. And I have actually heard ministers from pulpits, not making this up, say that as Jesus said, America shall be as a shining city upon a hill. Now, how that sounded in the original Aramaic, I don't know. But I never knew President Reagan, but I did know Mrs. Reagan a little bit. So I came out to have lunch with her about 2 weeks after I'd heard someone, a preacher, say this. And she always knew more gossip about what was going on in Obama's Washington than I did, which was very embarrassing. It was unclear how old she was, but however old she was, you know. And so I told this story. I said, ma'am, it's just incredible. You know, President Reagan improved on Jesus. And she looked across the table. She'd ordered her third of a Cobb salad and moved it around. I knew y'all would get that. And she said, oh, yes, that's the kind of thing Ronnie did. May we all someday be loved as Nancy Davis loved Ronald Reagan. Anyway, back to nationalism and patriotism. Patriotism's the answer here, because what we see now, to use a fancy term, as illiberal, right? So I'm sorry, I'm here because my entry point into the life of the nation was the great Republican Party of the Reagan era. I am George Bush's biographer, right? President Biden's a friend of mine. So you figure it out, right? I don't have particular policy passions, but I do have a passion for a Constitution that is the user's guide to the sacred text of the Declaration of Independence, which even Thomas Jefferson, who was attacked as a French atheist, redundant, in real time, even he saw that what he had written would become scriptural. And he had the desk, he had a laptop desk on which he had written it at the bricklayer's boarding house on Market Street. He sent that to a granddaughter long afterward, saying, preserve this, for it will assume the qualities of a religious relic. He understood what he had done. We, I believe, at each era in American life, have been at our best when we have remembered that sentence and what it means. And I want to talk about two of those moments, because if you're on, I don't know exactly where everybody is politically, but even Republicans, right, are a little uneasy, I think, at this point. And Democrats are in therapy, right? So, understandably, right? And there are several people now popping Klonopin in the back. Jamie wanted to get Eli Lilly to sponsor a booth. Did that work out? Yes. Did it? I tried to get him to hire Jack Daniels, but he's a California wine snob. Anyway, what I think, the way we have recovered, and I'm careful about that language, about restoration and recovery, because people say, oh, if only you could get back to the way it was. Well, again, if you look like most of us, that's fine. But if you don't, maybe you don't want it like it was. Maybe you want it better. You can preserve what is good while containing and addressing what is bad without fully transporting ourselves back to some era that was not all that it could be. And the point, one of the great points about the United States, is that it is an organic journey and was defined that way in order to create a more perfect union. Not to create a perfect one, but in order to create a more perfect one. And it would stun the founders, by the way, I think, that we'd only amended the Constitution about 30 times in 250 years. It's kind of remarkable, actually, 240 years. So the eras we want to replicate are the eras in which we have more fully lived into that sentence that Jefferson wrote. The good news, the hope, is that the people in the past were no better and really no worse than we are. Right? They had good days and bad days. They had immense moral blind spots. The moral utility of history, I believe, is not that the past was perfect, because if it was perfect, it loses the capacity to teach. How can you learn from someone that's perfect? You can be inspired, perhaps, but you don't get a lot of lessons. Now, y'all are better people than I am, which is not hard, so don't get cocky. But I know that if I do the right thing 51% of the time, that's a hell of a good day, and I don't have that many of them. So why would the country be any different? A democracy is the fullest expression of all of us, of our habits of heart and mind, of our hopes and our fears. And so if there are people worthy of emulation in the past. They are particularly accessible to us, not because they were so different, but because they are so similar. We put people on pedestals not to make them unreachable, but so that more people can see them. I don't believe we should look up at the past adoringly, nor should we look down at it condescendingly. But why don't we look it in the eye, take it for what it was, so that when we look in the mirror, we might see what we want to be and how to be that. So, if we had been here 100 years ago, people would not have been thrilled about the state of the Republic in 1926. So, let's go back there for a second. In 1926, what was unfolding in the United States of America? We had just come through the Great War, one of the largest events in human history, the collapse of empires, a global pandemic, a rise of isolationism at home, the signing of the Kellogg-Briand Pact to outlaw war as an instrument of national policy. Signatories included Japan, Italy, and Germany. Whoops. That was a wasted DocuSign. Nativism was so rife that in 1924, the Congress of the United States and President Coolidge passed a system of national quotas that prevailed until 1965 and were the immigration quotas in place when Washington chose not to accept more refugees from Nazi Germany. Okay? 1924. In 1915, the Ku Klux Klan was refounded at Stone Mountain, Georgia, not far from where I grew up. 2 to 6 million Americans, most of them middle class, joined the Klan. There were 347 Klan delegates at the Democratic National Convention in 1924 who drove the convention to 103 ballots because they would not support Al Smith, the governor of New York, to be the Democratic nominee because he was an Irish Catholic. And Catholicism was seen as the Sharia law of the era. Governors of 5 states, Texas, Georgia, Indiana, Colorado, and Oregon, had Klan governors 100 years ago. Okay? Texas and Georgia sort of tracks with American history, but Indiana, Colorado, Oregon. The decade ends, and parenthetically, about half of the room was disenfranchised until 1920. Until the passage of the 19th Amendment, women were kept out of federal elections. So, was that all that great? Again, if you're me, okay. If you're somebody, and by the way, there was prohibition, which was the worst. You know. So, the decade ends with the stock market crash. An era of isolationism, nativism, racial extremism, violence at home, economic calamity. The suicide rate in the United States rose 33% between 1929 and 1934, largest single ever recorded. John Maynard Keynes was asked, had there ever been anything like the Depression before? He said, yes, it was called the Dark Ages, and it lasted 400 years. The night Franklin Roosevelt became president in 1933, Friday, March 4th, 1933, the line we all remember from the inaugural address is that the only thing we have to fear is fear itself, nameless, unreasoning fear that paralyzes our progress and converts advance into retreat. Fascinating, isn't it, that he used the word paralyze? He had taught himself to walk again. He thought he could teach the country to walk again. But the line that got the biggest cheer on the East Front that day was not the only thing we have to fear is fear itself, but was his claim that the current crisis was of such scope and duration that he might require wartime-like executive powers to govern as if we had been invaded by a foreign foe. And the crowd roared. Mrs. Roosevelt wrote in her diary that night that she was chilled to the bone because it felt as if the people might be ready for a dictator. And that night, like a good Episcopalian, FDR was having a glass of whiskey and going to bed. And an aide came to him, Rex Tugwell, a brain truster, and said, kind of pretentiously when you think about it, said, "Mr. President, if you solve the crisis of the Depression, you'll go down as our greatest president. But if you fail, you'll go down as our worst." And FDR looked at him and said, "If I fail, I'll go down as our last." Democracy and dictatorship were in the dock. Berlin, Rome, Tokyo had made their decisions. One of the best-selling books of the era was by Anne Morrow Lindbergh, called The Wave of the Future. And in her view, the wave of the future was not the messiness of democratic capitalism and the inconveniences of constitutional democracy, but a strongman-like authoritarian government where a charismatic leader would be able to take over the means of media and possibly the means of production in order to force the United States to be able to move more quickly in a world that was becoming ever more closely knit. As Mark Twain once said, history may not repeat itself, but it does rhyme. So what happened? Essentially what happened was FDR, and I don't want to glorify him beyond scale here, but he insisted that the Declaration of Independence mattered, that the Constitution mattered, that we had to see each other not as enemies, but as neighbors, and that you could dislike your neighbor, but you had to recognize their inherent dignity, their inherent equality with you within the social contract, and not because it's just the right thing to do, though it is, but because if I recognize your dignity and your equality in the contract, you are a hell of a lot more likely to recognize mine. I extend a hand, not just because it's the right thing to do, but because if I extend a hand to you, you might be more likely to extend one to me. So the good news is, in a moral crisis, doing the right thing is also the pragmatic thing. And the replacement of that sense of neighborhood is with this notion of total warfare is the moral crisis of the era. It will define how everyone in this room is thought of as part of this generation forever. Because this thing, if you break the United States of America, I'm not sure you put it back together. And I did not think, when Jamie and I became friends long ago, the idea that I'd be standing in this beautiful place talking to you all about that was genuinely would have been, I would have thought that's crazy hyperbole, right? That's like Twitter liberalism gone, on steroids. I don't know what steroids are, but it sounds bad. But it's true. It's true. Not least because there are so few people who have faith in this system I am defending. And I recognize that. And there are people here with children and grandchildren and maybe even great-grandchildren. And I want you to think about this. Because if there's one thing I want you to take away from this is I want you to have a story to tell. Because the story is all we've got at the moment. For the lived experience, if you were born in the 21st century, we, by the way, are now as far away from September 11th as the election of 1988 was to the Kennedy assassination. We're as far away, or as the end of World War II was to 1968. Right? It's been a while. If you were born in the 21st century, as my 3 children were, what is your lived experience of the public sector in the United States of America? We start with September 11th, the failure of weapons of mass destruction intelligence in Iraq, the Great Recession of 2008, 2009, the biographically interesting but historically indispositive presidency of Barack Obama, the rise of the Trump movement, COVID, and January 6th, a Supreme Court that feels more political than not. And here's something that I don't think people our age think about. What have we told our children with safety drills in their schools their entire lives for the understandable, vital work of defending against a potential mass shooting event? What have we told them but that we can't keep them safe in one of the 2 places they're supposed to be most safe? Duck and cover. Even in the Cold War, when some of you were probably under your desk because of the Soviets, that was at least a foreign threat. That was somewhat more notional. But what we have said to our children is, you know what? We don't know if we can keep you safe in this room. So here's what you do. So why exactly would you listen to someone like me say, oh, well, it's just like Omaha Beach. It's just like Selma. Frederick Douglass. You know, it's like, shut up, old man. But we can't shut up. We have been called upon, because of that quarter century of missed opportunities, failures and derelictions, we are called upon to tell the story of when we got things right. And I'm 56 years old. I grew up, both my grandfathers fought in the Second World War, one in the Pacific, one in Europe. My father fought in Vietnam in the Central Highlands. I knew John Lewis, as many of you did. I grew up with a tangible, tactile link to some of the greatest moments in American history. The defeat of fascism and the fulfillment of the constitutional and Declaration promise about civil rights. So to me, the story is more tactile. If you're my children, it is entirely about the story. If you're your children, your grandchildren, your great-grandchildren. So what is the story to tell? The story to tell is that for all of those derelictions, for all of those failures, for all of the dreams deferred, for all the dreams destroyed, we have in the darkness produced enough light to keep moving forward. We did it in the 1770s and 80s. We did it in the 1830s. We did it vividly in the 1860s. And in the middle of the 20th century, at the last possible moment, dragged into history and responsibility by events, we stood against evil and prevailed. And remember, the World War II is probably the most significant thing the American public has ever done, and we were dragged into it at the last possible moment. As Churchill said, you can always count on the Americans do the right thing once they've exhausted every other possibility, right? We didn't declare war on Germany until after they declared war on us. Right? It took 5 days after Pearl Harbor. But we got there and we did it. That's a story that I find more compelling because it took us so long. If we had just sort of in 1938 said, we're going to stand up against this and gone on, that was far-seeing, that was impressive. They didn't do that. Instead, they screwed it up for a long time and then got it right. I don't know about you all, but I screw up everything and maybe get it right. Robert Louis Stevenson once said, the duty of the Christian is not to succeed, but to fail cheerfully. That's me, right? It's a patriotic story. It's not a nationalistic story. The country's not about people who just look like us or just think like us. Let's take this out of, we're going to talk about race and immigration. Take it out of that for a second. We're at a point, aren't we? Don't you all have terribly tense moments with friends and colleagues and golf partners? Let's just be honest. There are a lot of Peter Millar Republicans here, I think. I keep saying that, hoping they'll send me something. Nothing. I'm still paying $200 for a vest. It's terrible. But Peter Millar Republicans have a lot to answer for, right? It's not, it's 35% of the country is always on one extreme. That's not the issue. And one source of hope here is you just have to reach half of 15% that have made this possible, that have enabled this for various reasons. You get 8% of the people at the men's grill and we're going to be a little bit better off. And how do you get that? You tell the story. You tell the story that you don't want to be part of the generation that is the negative object lesson. You don't want to be the negative exemplum. You want to be the generation, and we're ready. The ingredients are here. There is a crisis. It's the evidence of our eyes. It doesn't require 100% agreement. What it requires is a devotion to a patriotic vision of the rule of law, the implications of the Declaration of Independence, and the spirit of the Constitution. And those things are notional. That's what I mean about a moral crisis. Crisis means moment of decision. It's from Hippocrates. So much of our language of political life comes from the ancient vernacular of healthcare. That's how important it was in the ancient world. The body politic. Corruption did not mean graft or theft, it meant disease. And a crisis was a moment in the course of a disease where the patient lived or died. And that's what history is. History is a diagnostic guide. There are certain symptoms that recur that suggest the presence of an underlying condition that has proven susceptible to certain treatments. If we look now at the country, there is a crisis. There is illiberalism, there is a tendency to authoritarianism, there is a ferocity of debate, there is an insistence on ideological purity and absolute personal loyalty in the face of fact and truth. And so, therefore, it is as hard as it can possibly be. But guess what? We had men who went to Gettysburg for this, who went to Omaha Beach to this, who went across the Pettus Bridge for this, who went to Seneca Falls for this. And I don't want to lose it, and I know you don't want to lose it, because of social media and a cable channel. I'll leave you with this. Practical, again, this is practical. I'm not asking you to be superhuman. So very quickly, a story about someone you've probably never heard of named Bennett McNichol. Bennett McNichol was a classmate of George Herbert Walker Bush's at Greenwich Country Day School in the 1930s. There was an annual obstacle course race. Bennett was a fairly rotund lad. That's important to the story. He did not know what Ozempic was. So Bennett's the fat kid. President Bush is the glamorous boy. and they have an annual obstacle course race. The faculty came to Bush in his last year before he went off to Andover and said, would you let everybody else have a head start? Bush said, sure. So they all go. Then Bush goes, and he's going through a series of narrow barrels on the ground. Bush is. He pops out, and he looks to his right, and Bennett McNichol is stuck in the barrel. Right? So you imagine, moment of maximum adolescent humiliation. You're the fat kid, you're stuck in a barrel, the most glamorous boy in the school is looming over you. What does Bush do? He reaches down, he pulls him out, he says, come on, Bennett, we'll finish this together. Biggest moment of Bennett McNichol's life, right? The kind of story that presidential families tell people like me so that we will portray their chieftain as this marvelous person. But here's the thing. I didn't hear that story from a McNichol. I didn't hear that story from a Bush. I heard it from a McNichol. The guy told the story for 70 years. So I took it to President Bush. And I said, Mr. President, I just heard this story about Bennett McNichol. The first thing the old man said was, Bennett, he loved lunch. I said, no. Not the point, sir. He says, he's still big. I said, Mr. President, let's focus. I said, why did you pull him out of the barrel? And the old man looked at me really as if I were crazy. And he said, well, listen to what he said. Well, I'd never been stuck in a barrel, but if I had been, I'd want somebody to pull me out. You idiot, you know. Notice what he didn't say. He didn't say I pulled him out because the Bible told me so. He didn't say I pulled him out because my mother taught me that was the right thing to do. I'd never been stuck in a barrel, but if I had been, I'd want somebody to pull me out. He extended a hand in the expectation that he might need a hand. And that is a story to tell. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the program will begin in 5 minutes. After this session, please remember to take your belongings with you as this room will be cleaned during lunch. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats and silence all cell phones. The program is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mina Ahmed, Russell Shorto, and Brett Stevens.
Well, it's still morning. We're here to talk about immigrants and how much we hate them.
Some of my best friends are immigrants.
My role at this panel is not to be the moderator exactly. I'm the instigator. I think this is a new term of art. But I on a more serious note, we are a nation of immigrants. Unless you are a Native American, somehow you or a parent or an ancestor came here as one way or another as an immigrant, and that was an understanding that most Americans had of themselves quite proudly until fairly recently. And then in the last decade or so, the politics surrounding the question of immigration changed very dramatically. I think maybe you can date this to the failure to enact comprehensive immigration reform in the George W. Bush and then in the Obama administration. But clearly something shifted with the election of Donald Trump in 2016. As a presidential candidate, no candidate has had more stridently anti-immigrant rhetoric than President Trump. And now, of course, it's the subject that is at the very center of our politics with what we are witnessing in places like Minneapolis, but many other cities. And so I guess what I'd like to start with is this question, which is, how do you think we got to this place where we went from a country where the political consensus was on a bipartisan basis so broadly in favor of immigration to one that has become so hostile to it? Mina, do you want to get started?
Well, just to provide some historical context, until about 1960, 85% of the immigrants coming to this country were white. Today, 85% of the immigrants coming to this country are brown. It's a complete reversal. So the visual and actual physical aspect of this demographic has changed so dramatically that they are a much more obvious force in this country. It's not that discrimination didn't exist before. I mean, there was discrimination against the Jews, there was discrimination against the Irish, even against the Germans in the past. But we seem to have, as Brett put it, turned our backs on immigration, and how much of this has to do with the changing nature of the immigrants coming in is something that we can discuss.
Well, first of all, before I sort of answer that, I just want to thank Jamie and Deborah and Debbie and everyone for putting together. This is my first time here, and it's such an amazing organization, this well-oiled machine, and all of you, thank you. This speaks to, books, ideas. This speaks to the hunger for ideas and wrestling with these kind of these big questions, and that's how we're going to get out of the difficulties that we're in now. To Mina's point, I write history, which is mostly way back, the 1600s, and I'll talk about that. But I wrote a book about 5 years ago about my grandfather, who in my hometown in western Pennsylvania, I always knew growing up that he ran the Mafia franchise there. So I decided to write about him. And in writing about him, I wrote about I was kind of oddly respected in town growing up, and I didn't know why. But in writing about him, I was exploring immigration at that time, at the turn of the century, and what he experienced. And it's remarkable how, in various panels, you've heard people talking about, does the past repeat? Does it rhyme? Whatever the case, the 1920s and the 2020s, a lot of overlap, so that back then you had a period from the 1880s to the previous decades you had this influx of immigrants, mostly from Europe, mostly white, but many from Catholic countries. And Americans at that time thought of themselves as white and Protestant. And so by circa 1920, you had this backlash. Suddenly, you had the Ku Klux Klan, which was a feature of the post-Civil War era. Suddenly, the Ku Klux Klan is not only back, but there are parades down Fifth Avenue and in Washington, D.C. People are like out in the open in their white robes. And of course, we're in that same situation now where people are out in the open with this anti-immigrant, with this extreme prejudice. And one thing that's striking about it to me is that it's already baked in. I mean, back then, those immigrants had changed the country already. And this was this reaction, and to your point, Brett, about how we're dealing with this, what people had done, that reaction was like shaking an angry fist.
Let me prod you a little bit, Mina, because I think I've always, as the son of an immigrant, always thought of myself as very pro-immigration, but the reaction currently that America is going through against immigrants is not simply, and tell me if you think I'm mistaken, but this isn't just racism. We have a larger percentage of Americans, I think perhaps in history, or at least since the turn of the 20th century, who are foreign-born. During most of the Biden administration, we had effectively an open border on the south of the country. Communities were from Laredo all the way up to Portland, Maine, and elsewhere were overwhelmed by immigrants who took up social services. American citizens of any country have a right to believe that social services should be offered to citizens of the country, and certainly people who came legally. And then a lot of people will say that there's not an issue with legal immigration, but the issue is really with illegal immigration, and the fact that the two essentially have been conflated by many people in the political establishment. There is a difference. Rules should be respected. Countries should have borders, and they should be able to control and know who comes in and who stays. So is this just a racial reaction, or is there some legitimacy to what some of the anti-immigrant voices are saying?
So I don't think anyone will disagree with you that immigration should be legal, and it's the undocumented and the people coming in illegally that are the problem. There are many successful Indian Americans who actually have said that, we came in the legal way. Why do these people all get to come in illegally and get sort of regularized? So there are some immigrant communities, particularly successful ones, once they come in and establish themselves, they want to pull the ladder up behind them, and which is not a very welcoming thing. But I think that there's a narrative. So there are two things. One is what you had mentioned, that legal immigration should be legal, but there's another narrative that's been pushed by people like J.D. Vance, Steve Bannon, Stephen Miller, about who is really an American. And that can be viewed as coming from a racist it's being engendered, this racism is being engendered through that. When they say that whites built this country, which is something that Steve Bannon said, the evidence does not support the facts, because in the 1920s, there were masses of Chinese laborers that were brought into this country to build the railroads. The country went to civil war. They were willing to spill blood in the South because black labor was so important to the economy of the South that they were willing to die to keep it enslaved. So the country was built heavily at the time on the labor of African Americans that had been brought to this country. So every community since then has contributed to the development of the US in bad ways or good ways. Slavery was obviously not a good way to do it, but their labor, the Chinese labor, the Germans, the Greeks, you name any community. Let's just look at the Jewish population. If you look at the Nobel Prize winners coming from this country in the last 50 years, you will see that the Jewish names on that list are in inverse proportion to how many people who are Jewish live in this country. I mean, the percentage of Jews that live in this country, it's just such a remarkable contribution that they have made to science, technology, in all kinds of ways. The Indians are just the most recent immigrants. If you go to the rural areas in this country, and if any of you have read Abraham Verghese's book, My Own Country, he talks about it. Deepak Chopra, who's profiled in my book, when he started off as a doctor and went to Boston and went to the ER, he said every doctor that he was introduced to in the inner cities was a foreign-born person. So 40% of the doctors and physicians in the rural areas in this country are foreign-born. A large percentage of them are Indian. Inner cities too. Someone graduating from Harvard Medical School with a great deal of debt doesn't want to go work in the inner city necessarily, or in rural Tennessee or Appalachia. It's the immigrants who go there. So without them, it would be a healthcare desert. So, the contributions should not be underestimated of, what different immigrant groups have given us. And I think if you look at the evidence of growth and productivity, the areas which have a high percentage of immigrants in this country also tend to be the higher growth areas. So I'm not an economist, but I think that if you look at the evidence carefully, immigrants have been good for this country. But as you said, I agree with you, legal immigration. The Indian immigrants, and I mentioned this in my talk yesterday, were recruited to come here after 1965's immigration laws were relaxed. And why? Because President Johnson passed a Medicare Act in 1965, and the Social Security Act, the title, I think it was 19, passed, where Medicaid was given to low-income people. 20 million Americans had access to health care that didn't have it before. And the AMA at the same time decided to reduce the people going to medical school by 10%. So the hospitals had a massive shortage of doctors. And at the same time, between 1961 and 1975, 9 million American men were sent to Vietnam. And so doctors were needed there. Vets who came back wounded needed long-term care. So, you had a massive shortage in this country, and they went to recruit overseas. So they went to English-speaking places like the Philippines and India and Pakistan, Iran, and they recruited doctors to come here, highly skilled people who could contribute to the shortfalls in this country. And a similar thing happened in engineering, because Sputnik had happened, and the American military was concerned that the Soviets were going to win the space war. So they invested heavily in all these institutions like MIT and Stanford, but there weren't enough engineers. And so they went to India, where world-class institutions had been set up in collaboration with other countries, and these graduating engineers were brought. And today they are big employers in Silicon Valley. They generate a lot of jobs. So,
Russell,
let me
you.
try to take a step to the broader context here with regard to immigration, putting it into this sort of war of ideas that we're engaged in now. Brett wrote a brilliant column in the New York Times last week,
Yes.
one of many, about Davos, and he picked up on and we're at a festival of books here, the great novel by Thomas Mann, The Magic Mountain, which is set, I didn't realize, I read it in college, I didn't realize it was set at Davos.
At Davos.
And in a sanatorium. The idea was people went to these sanatoriums up in the high mountain air because people had lung problems. And it's this big, thick novel, which was so, I embodied it when I was in college, because it's this battle of ideas between these two figures, Settembrini and Nafta, and my friends and I, we all argued about them. And they're talking about these, Settembrini's worldview that he is embracing is liberalism, it's globalism, and Nafta's is essentially the will to power. And they're struggling over this while they're all dying over this question. And your point, I think, in the column, and I think the column was titled something like "An Unhinged President in the Magic Mountain."
Yeah, something like that.
So your point, I think, was that we are, in a sense, we haven't left that debate. We're still struggling with that.
Well, that was the topic of my speech this morning.
So what is the, how does that, in that issue of history, we're not able to escape from that. Where are we in that struggle?
Well, what I worry about, and I talked a little bit about this morning, and immigration is part of the story, is that you need to defend a liberal order, and you sometimes have to defend it by means that are not quite liberal. David, one of the Davids at the Atlantic, his name will come to me, but he said something. He said, if liberals will not defend border policy, fascists will. And one of the things that I worry about in terms of our immigration policy is that when you talk to too many liberals or Democratic politicians about the immigration issue, very few of them will be able to say clearly, we absolutely need to deport violent criminals. We absolutely need a policy that secures the border. The complaints about immigration are not entirely illegitimate, and we have to be the ones who enforce these laws, because if we don't do it, right, you're going to end up with scenarios of the sort that we see in Minneapolis. So in a sense, the Settembrinis of the world have taken over immigration policy, which ends up being not an aid to immigration, but rather an invitation to the very backlash that we are seeing today. And the case has to be made again politically, ideologically in the United States to make conservatives understand how much they benefit from a liberal immigration policy. I mean, to me, it is insane to see the Vice President of the United States, whose wife is Indian or of Indian descent, and whose children are I guess you call them half
Indian, yeah.
Right, half Indian, essentially make common cause with the people who would never have allowed Usha Vance's parents to come into this country.
Isn't her mother the head of diversity, the dean of diversity at University of San Diego?
Yes, I think that's
ironic like that.
That's true as well. But what it means is also that you need a kind of a pedagogical effort in this country that begins with Roosevelt's great first line in the speech to the Daughters of the American Revolution, I think in 1939, 1940. The speech began, "Fellow immigrants." A wonderful reminder that so-called blue blood, Protestants, daughters of the Mayflower, all basically arrived here kind of dirty and unwashed and as immigrants.
And Reagan too, the shining city on the hill.
Well, yeah, and I think that's a sign of the devolution of the conservatism that existed under someone like Reagan to the illiberalism that typifies the current Republican Party. That's an important distinction. I mean, I've always called myself I've recently started calling myself as belonging to the conservative wing of the liberal church, which is that I think conservative means are a good way to abet the prosperity and flourishing and foundations of a free society. But it used to be the case that conservatives believed in basically liberal ideas, like the fact that an open society is going to be able to outcompete closed societies, that the talent that we draw from immigrants is astonishing, and it's a net asset to the United States. That case, however, became very hard to make. As Americans said, we've got an uncontrolled border, right? And oprime dos para español is not what they want to hear. They want to hear migrants assimilating to the host society rather than having the host society being asked to assimilate to the migrants.
And what is there about liberalism that it allows for this vacuum, that it's not willing to stand up for its own values and reinforce them?
I think liberals have trouble understanding that to maintain a liberal society, you have to reach for habits and practices that are not necessarily liberal. And that is a kind of a paradox of the liberal society, which is that there are certain aspects of maintaining liberalism which ask you to do things. They ask you to go to war. They ask you to maintain a border policy. They ask you to maintain the contradiction that you have universal values, but certain kinds of social assets belong only to the citizens rather than to non-citizens. I remember watching in 2019 the first Democratic debate. This is when Biden was in the running with Harris and so on. And the candidates were asked to raise their hands on whether they would extend Medicare and Medicaid benefits to non-citizens. And nearly everyone raised their hand. And at that time I thought, okay, the Democrats are doomed. They were rescued by COVID and the mismanagement of COVID. But the Democratic Party needs to understand that they have to make basic distinctions between the citizen and the non-citizen, even as we recognize that immigration is a great asset to the country.
So this is a giant slap in the face now, the past year, this administration. Are people waking up and realizing that they have to defend their values? I ask either.
Well, go ahead, Brett.
Well,
I'll ask any of you. We all want to know.
Look, I think that what we're witnessing in Minnesota is a kind of very disturbing, very, very disturbing. I hate reaching for terms like fascism, but having a kind of a paramilitary force enforcing a kind of draconian order, not against violent migrants, but against
their own citizens.
Against their own citizens, or against, quote, illegal immigrants who have lived here peacefully and law-abidingly for 25 years, and throwing them out of the country, I think strikes at the it strikes at our sense of decency as a country, and maybe that will begin to turn things. I don't think, however, that the Democratic Party's sort of instinct of a politics of resistance, as some of my colleagues like to talk about it, is a particularly helpful way of approaching the problem.
So can I ask, how do you comport the traditional Republican right-wing belief in less government with the draconian boots on the ground with face masks marching through the streets of American cities and shooting at citizens?
Well, it's an abandonment of that.
Well, I think you're conflating different things. I mean, less government means, less by way of the Bureau of Labor or the Department of Labor enforcing, a series of restrictions on business. The real question is not about the size of government. The question is about our basic idea of civil liberties, constitutional principles, the distinct roles between what the federal government does, what should be done at the state level. If you go back, do yourselves a favor. Google George H.W. Bush, Ronald Reagan debate, Texas, Republican primary, 1980. And you see the two leaders, the two future presidents of the United States, essentially agreeing that we need to have a liberal, open, but regularized system of immigration at the border, because one of the principles of classic conservatism is you need to meet your labor needs, all right?
Free markets.
Sorry?
Free markets.
You need free markets, and one way of doing it is by bringing in labor. They kind of understood those basic principles. Any business in America operating today understands just how essential, how dire their labor needs are. Ask any, ag company. It's not all high tech. Any in the services industry, any hotel and so on, they have these needs. But the Republican Party is very far from that party of Bush versus Reagan 1980.
Mina, you were talking about the usefulness of different minority groups, and there, one thing I was struck by in doing research for that book was how this influx came on the heels of abolition. So that in the South, they freed slaves, and within a few years, there were placards on the street corners in Sicily announcing, come to America, work on a plantation, because they were going through. Now there, in Italy, they had done the Risorgimento, they had unified, and the North began oppressing the South. So there was desperate poverty there, and people in southern Italy answered this call and were welcomed. And so that the two states with the largest influx of Italian immigrants were Louisiana and New York. And
but, although I want to talk about a different historical precedent that I think is very much in terms of what, some of the themes that you've written about. I think one of the great immigration stories in America happened in 1654 when the first Jews arrived, Sephardic Jews arrived from, I guess, the Caribbean
from Brazil.
From Brazil to New Amsterdam. And an enraged anti-Semitic governor named Peter Stuyvesant wrote a letter to his bosses in Amsterdam in the Dutch East India Company, demanding that this group of Jews be expelled. And I was hoping you would tell a story of what transpired.
Well, the broad story of New Netherland, the Dutch colony of New Netherland, encompassed much of the eastern seaboard, the future states of New York, New Jersey, some of Connecticut, Pennsylvania, and its capital, New Amsterdam, the southern tip of Manhattan Island. The Dutch Republic in Europe had this official policy of religious toleration. All shall remain free in their religion, and none shall be persecuted because of their religion. Because of that, as well as other reasons, New Amsterdam had famously 18 languages being spoken when there were probably only about 500 people there. So, as I like to say, New York was New York even before it was New York. So they have this, and here's Peter Stuyvesant, this director of this colony, who himself was the son of a stern Calvinist minister who believed, as most Europeans did, that in fact you don't want diversity because that creates disorder. So he was not keen on upholding this, and here comes this group of Jews who are fleeing Brazil, and they don't have money, and he wants to get rid of them. They write and appeal his ruling. He tells them to get lost. They write to the bosses of the West India Company, and the government in the home country writes to him and says, we do have this policy, you have to keep them. He did the same thing with Quakers. The Quakers came, there was an sizable English settlement within the Dutch colony among these 18 languages. And Quakers came, and he didn't like them because so the Jews were a deceitful race, his term. The Quakers they quaked. They caused confusion. So he wanted them out. And so the result of that was the Flushing Remonstrance, which is seen by many people as the basis of the principles of religious freedom in the country, where these settlers in Vlissingen, which became Flushing, New York, appealed, and again he had to back down. So all of that, though, I think we can take those things, we can use them as principles to kind of shore up a foundation, but obviously that's not a legal foundation. That's something that we choose to take these pieces of history and make them meaningful for us today, or not.
So, Mina, if you were invited to the CPAC conference, as I'm sure you are every year, and you were asked to give a talk to modern conservative movement, making the case for immigration reform on terms they could understand and appreciate, what kind of case would you make?
Well, I don't think, I mean, my knowledge is really based on the Indian immigrant experience, mainly. I don't disagree with you, Brett, that immigration should be legal and that there should be a system of being able to find ways when you look at the undocumented immigrants. Look, Reagan had an amnesty, right? And he was the one president amongst all. So he was a conservative that provided an amnesty for a huge number of people who had been here. Now, the numbers are much greater now, but there has to be a system that's humane, that can look at people who've either been in this country a long time or been brought in with as DACA kids, who have a pathway to staying in this country. I'm not saying that criminals should stay in this country. Obviously, nobody wants criminals in this country who are undocumented. But I mean, it's a challenging issue. You have to combine sound border control with a humane policy towards people who are productive, who are here, whose children are citizens, so you don't separate families who've been here for maybe 20 years and working. But I don't know if the conservatives would be convinced of this. But I think what everyone here has been riveted by recently and concerned about are the current tactics that are being used for immigration control by this current government. So in both your views, what is the solution for this? I mean, sending federal agents to different states against the state's will is become a state and federal issue. There's conflict there. There's conflict between the tactics that are being used to round up immigrants. There's quid pro quos asking for voter rolls in, if they want people to withdraw the forces. They want access to the prisons in Minnesota to see who the prisoners are and if they're undocumented. There are all kinds of things that seem to me to be sort of violations of human rights and constitutional rights of people. So can you both, who are so knowledgeable about this, address that?
I think immigration is being used as a vehicle for, you were talking about the traditional conservative view and weak government or weak federal government. It's being used as a means to get into the cities to carry out an agenda that has everything to do with power. And that is a transformation. I gather from what you said a moment ago that you don't think that is the case, Brett, but it seems to me that what's happening now at the federal level is usurpation of power and a conglomeration of power, and immigration is just one means to get at that, to do that.
I mean, the case I would make to conservatives, in the unlikely event I'm ever asked to speak at CPAC, that was once years ago a possibility, and it kind of flitted away.
They'd listen to you more than me.
Well, I'm not sure. I'm a rhino, as they say, without the H. Look, I would say a few things. Number one, if the conservative movement keeps down this path of enforcing martial law on cities that don't want it, we are going to lose election after election. I think the Republican Party, just as a matter of just pure politics, is doing itself grave harm by the tactics it's using in these cities. But something more has to be done, which is, I don't think you make the case for immigration by saying this is the humane thing to do, right? People aren't going to buy this. What they are going to buy is they're going to say, do you like atomic bombs? or hydrogen bombs. It's a good thing we have these weapons at our disposal. Happily, the entire Manhattan Project was an immigrant project from Edward Teller, Leo Szilard. Go to the labs in Chicago and Columbia and Los Alamos, I'd say the population was 50% immigrant. You like a technology like WhatsApp? Jan Koum. How about Google, a great American champion? Where do you think Sergey Brin was born? You look at the Fortune 500.
Steve Jobs.
Fortune 500. Well, Steve Jobs is the son of a Syrian immigrant.
But people know this. Americans
No,
know.
Americans actually don't.
Maybe they don't know some of the details, but they know that immigrants
don't know this. And the case that needs to be made is the story of the 21st century is our competition with China. And that is a competition we will be unable to win unless we are able to attract the most talented people in the world, to make them productive and loyal citizens of this country, and to enroll them in this challenge of maintaining the edge of free societies against unfree ones. So if you're interested as a conservative in winning the coming competition or maybe even war with China, you're going to want to have immigrants from around the world, just as we needed those immigrants in the 1930s and 1940s who helped us win the second
and that was essentially the Ronald Reagan approach to immigration.
And that
is no longer Republican Party dogma.
What's being lost. But the other side of that bargain is a Democratic Party that says we agreed with everything Brett just said, and by the way, we are also going to be serious about enforcing existing border laws and creating legal frameworks in which the people who are here and have lived here lawfully, except for coming across the border, are going to be able to, pay a fine, a modest fine, and find a way to regularize their immigration status as eventual green card holders, so they can live here without fear.
Or have a guest worker program. They had this program in the 1930s where great populations from Mexico would transfer over as they were needed, and then they would go back to Mexico. And in the 1930s, 1940s, 1950s even. But then that guest worker program was abolished for some reason. And then you got all this, laborers who were coming in. There were also, there was unrest in other parts of Latin America, some of it due to the US meddling in their countries. And they had more immigrants coming in from there looking for more permanent, refugee status.
I think it's worth noting that you opened, Brett, by talking about this as a nation of immigrants. That's relatively recent talk. That goes back to probably the late 19th century, people saying this is a nation of immigrants.
Statue of Liberty.
Well, exactly. But I mean, before the Founding Fathers didn't say this is a nation of immigrants, we want everybody. They thought of it as essentially an English society, certainly white European society, and they wanted to bring these liberal notions about rule of law and enacting these Enlightenment principles there. So it's a relatively recent thing, and going all the way back to the beginnings, to the colonial era. The Puritans, we have, as Americans, we have vaunted the Puritans as the coming here for religious freedom. They came here for their own religious freedom, and they violently opposed anybody who came into their colonies who professed even different types of Protestant Christianity. So we've always had that strain, and people who choose not to believe in this notion of we are a nation of immigrants, they have that's in our background too. That's in our DNA. In fact, going to the 1600s, when the English took over the Dutch colony of New York, sailed into New York Harbor, and they, rather than a battle between these, what were at the time two European powers that were opposed to one another, they hashed out a negotiation because they recognized that these particular English, who were in their boats with their cannons pointed, and these particular Dutch, who were at the tip of Manhattan Island with their cannons pointed, both came from the tolerant factions of their societies. whereas the English in New England, they knew perfectly well, were Puritans. They were the intolerants. So they actually worked out an agreement which gave rise to New York as a place of diversity and capitalism, to put modern terminology on it. So you have there, all the way back 400 years ago, 350 years ago, you have the basis for these two ideologies, two competing ideologies, the one relatively intolerant and America first, you might say, and the other globally minded, diversity minded. And that is always, they've always, you can look at any episode of American history and see them struggling with each other.
You know, one thing though, my mother always makes this point to me. My mother came over at the age of 10 after being a hidden child during the war, came over thanks to the Displaced Persons Act in 1948. And you know, she makes the point, she arrived in New York Harbor not speaking a word of English, and thanks to public libraries and comic books and actually a pretty decent system of public education, she was able to become an American, fully American, assimilated, proud citizen in a matter of a few years. And it's not enough to talk about immigration. We also have to talk about assimilation. Mm-hmm. We have to find ways to make assimilation work once again in the United States, so that as immigrants come to this country, they adopt the habits of the host society. And I do think a lot of Americans look at what has happened in many capitals in Europe, where immigrants, non-native Europeans, kind of stick to ethnic communities.
They ghettoize.
Yeah.
They ghettoize. They feel no real obligation to adopt the language or the values of the host society. And I think a lot of conservatives are saying, well, we don't want that for us. It hasn't been the case here because we do have this assimilationist ethos. But I worry that if we lose that, we are going to become not just a diverse society, but a balkanized society, and balkanized societies don't do well.
And it's true that this is an international problem. India has this problem. Europe, I lived for a long time in the Netherlands, where you had exactly the situation you described, and you had influxes of people from communities that stayed together and that were intolerant of the very tolerance that had brought them there to begin with. And then you have a reaction among voters saying, this is ridiculous. Why are we doing this? We're shooting ourselves in the foot. So this is if you're trying to get up on top of this issue, it's not just our issue. It's not just an American problem.
We've got 2 minutes left. Any concluding thoughts?
I wanted to ask you, Brett, when we were in the green room, you talked about you having grown up in Mexico City as an American.
Yeah.
So you have your own experience as an immigrant in reverse.
Yeah, in reverse.
And then coming to this country. So from that perspective, how do you bring that to bear?
What's interesting is Mexico is not wildly tolerant of its immigrants, whether they're from Guatemala or Central America. I was once in a cab in Mexico and in Cancun, and the cab driver, I was chatting with him in Spanish, was complaining about all these Cubans who are coming over and they're just lazy and they never work. And I said, rolled my eyes listening to this. One of the great things that you learn when you grow up as an American abroad is just how extraordinary this country is. I mean, despite all of the many faults and sins, this is the country that took my mother with $7 to her name, brought her in, made her a citizen, and several decades later, Tucker Carlson, the heir to the Swenson fortune, denounced me as a hopeless elitist on his show. And I thought, what a great country that in a single generation can go from starving immigrant to hopeless elitist. Like, this is the best place on earth.
Thank you both.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
The program will begin in 15 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, the program will begin in 10 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, the program will begin in 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats and silence all cell phones. The program is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Lieutenant General Russell Honore with Karl Rove.
Reporting for duty.
So, how does the general, who's used to having a, sort of like order, you got hierarchy in the military, and you got assigned roles, and if somebody above you says do something, you do it.
Yes, sir.
How does a guy like that get stuck in one of the most dysfunctional parts of our country in the aftermath of a terrible disaster, and leads people when they ain't used to doing that?
Well, there's a couple of things prepared me for that. I grew up in a family of 12 on a poor farm in Louisiana, and you learn how to adapt and overcome. And number two, I've got a demanding wife, and we raised 4 kids. We moved 24 times. Wow. And 2 of them born overseas. You learn to adapt and overcome. And going into New Orleans on that mission, there's a couple life lessons I learned. One of them, you'll never have all the time, everything you want to be able to control the situation, so you have to adapt and overcome, and you look for quick wins. And going into a situation where people are survivors of a disaster like Katrina was, and knowing the culture was a big help. Because we in Louisiana, we do have an exaggeration tone to us. So as bad as we make it sound, sometimes in our culture, in our way of talking, to try to get attention to some of the issues. The other thing I knew is that this city had a large population of poor people. Mm-hmm. And growing up poor in South Louisiana, I knew when it get cold, who are the coldest? The poor. When the flood come, who are the most people that's caught in the flood? The poor, because of the infrastructure and where they live. And the same thing can be said when it get hot, that we would have to concentrate on those parts of the city where there's a concentration of poor people. And I remember a year after Katrina, talking to President Bush, which I very seldom quote, but we both moved on since then. He said, General, I did not know, I've been to New Orleans many times, I did not know they had that many poor people in this city. Yeah. Because he went to the Prosperity, he went to Galatoire's, he went to Commander's Palace, yeah. He stayed at the Windsor Court, and many people across the country thought that way, that this was like a median income city, but it wasn't.
Yeah, no, it, I can remember going on those trips. We'd go down every couple of months, and Jefferson Parish, the sort of more affluent area to the west, yes. It came back quick.
Absolutely.
And but there are parts of that city that were destroyed before they were destroyed again by the flood.
When I talk about leadership in the new normal, New Orleans changed because of progress. Mm-hmm. The 9th Ward was a middle-class community, the one that you saw on TV. When I was 12 years old, I spent a week in New Orleans with our aunt, because we lived out in the country. And we would go in and out the 9th Ward. And I was impressed because every corner there was a store. The nearest store where I came from in Lakeland was about 2 miles away. They had garages, they had carpenter shops, they had furniture shops. Because that community ran off of longshoremen who ran the port. Then here come progress, technology, slap them in the face and said, we're going away from all this labor-intensive port work, and we're going to mechanize the port. Then they went to containerization and big simulations of what we call early robots to load the ships. It devastated that community. The other thing is, well, we're going to build ships cheaper in Korea, so we're going to stop building ships in New Orleans. They exported the jobs, and it left the 9th Ward, by the time Katrina came, 2 generations of people that were on the margin, because the city went from a port city that generated the economy to a tourist-based economy. And trust me, tourist jobs do not provide health care. They have no worker representation. And many of those workers, not by their fault, it's just things changed on them. The economy changed, and they went to a tourist economy. And a lot of the people that you saw standing on the interstate and at the Superdome and at the convention center were people who cleaned the toilets and cleaned up the streets and did some of the construction work. But when we went from a port-based economy to a tourist-based economy, that's how we ended up with the Superdome and the convention center and a revolving restaurant on the top of a tall hotel to try to attract. And right now, 20% of Louisiana income is from tourism, and they also add gambling into the economy. But that does not provide a living income for what you saw, the poor people on the interstate. And then the storm came at the 29th of the month. Many of them live on subsistence because they no longer work, the elderly and the disabled. And they couldn't leave because they didn't have cars, and they couldn't call Nashville with a credit card and say, save me a room. That is the impact of what the administration inherited that day.
Yeah. I don't want to dwell on Katrina except as it talks about the topic of your two books, leadership. But so things that you learned there about leadership. I'm interested in this phrase you used, the new normal. It's in the title of your book. Yeah. What do you mean by the new normal?
That the world is constantly changing. That every generation, and even us, many of you say, well, when America was great, when was America perfect? Because we got this vision when things were really good in America. Well, for Jimmy, it might have been when he and I went to high school. Well, it was good for him, but I was still drinking out of a separate water fountain. You with me? And the new normal is, how do we adapt to where we are? As Burns said the other night, a democracy is constantly growing. And this, bless my heart, I'm here today because this democracy grew. And the new normal, each generation has a challenge. When I describe it to the people in the universities, I said, look, your great-great-grandparents went to World War I. Let's start at that point in history. Your grandfather went to World War II. Your dad went to Vietnam. And in each one of those, if you were 18-year-old and you were able-bodied, and even in World War II, the discriminating piece to get in the Army is you have to have at least 12 teeth. Today, you have to have a high school education. They got on the bus after high school, or if they were at age, and they went off to fight for freedom. Not just for us, but for other people. Your war in the new normal is how do you survive on Earth going from 7 to 10 billion people? By 2050, we're going to have to raise 30% more food on less arable land with less water. And I believe in the new normal, your war is how do you envision and create technology that can optimize water anywhere on the world. How you can invent stuff like a box that size that could be flown into your house by a drone or a big box store, and you take it and you plug it in the wall and they provide electricity. Because when we come up with that box, 500 million people in Africa will have electricity as we know it. And they will be able to have a refrigerator and get a big screen TV. They will become consumers. They will also be able to increase their education and be creators and be a part of the economy. But your generation have to have bitten into the bug of Franklin, be innovators and inventors, because that is how we survive. Every generation's got a war to fight. I don't see a World War III where your children will get called to go off and fight a war. Their war is solving the issues of their time and how they be creative and adaptive, because we're being challenged on this earth. We got less drinking water this year than we had last year. We have less drinking water next year than we got this year. It was hotter this year generally than it was last year, and it's going to be hotter next year. Your children, their war is to come up with the technical solutions to adapt to how the world is changing.
So in your book, page 33, grab me. You said there are 6 points about the new normal that you think are important for leaders to act on. Let's talk about each one of them. Rapid fire. No great change comes without leadership and sacrifice.
Washington showed us that. He was a role model for us. If you're leading and you're not sacrificing, and I know many of you have already done your thing, you're in your last quarter like me.
Let's hope for some overtime. Overtime.
But I've never seen a leader accomplish anything if they were not prepared to sacrifice. It comes with the J-O-B. Now, the Harvard folks will tell you, well, management make things happen. Leadership tell them what to do. And to be a leader, you've got to be prepared to sacrifice. If you're not sacrificing, you're not leading. You're doing some form of that yuppie management stuff. That's why I think, again, I just tell folks, if there's no sacrifice and you're a leader, you're not leading, you're doing some form of management.
Number 2, good leaders learn to do the routine things well.
Absolutely. Some of the biggest disappointments I've seen in my commands, commanding up to 1st Army as a 33rd Commander, were when things didn't go well and you get a phone call and said, there's 3 dead and 8 injured, a truck overturned in a curve, and you go back and you look at that and you say, well, what happened? Well, the mechanics on the truck wasn't right. The driver was going too fast, and the troops didn't have their protective gear on. That is the hardest call you ever make, to call a mom or dad and say your son or daughter got killed in an accident. And most of those things came back for a failure to do the routine things well. And I, like Admiral McRaven, I use the term, when your kids get old enough and grandkids to go play soccer, they fix their own damn bed. And they bring their dirty clothes to get it clean. Because to you, moms and grandmoms, don't raise any spoiled-ass kids. The world can't tolerate it.
Is that a technical term?
I'll leave it at that.
There we go. Good leaders are not afraid to act even when criticized.
Yes. The people I've seen that have been most successful as leaders are willing to take risk. And if you're not willing to be criticized, you're worried about making the perfect decision as opposed to a timely. A timely decision now is better than a perfect one later. And we see too many leaders get stuck. Well, I need more information. Because they don't want to take risks because they're worried about failing. If a critical decision need to be made and you take counsel of your fears, think about what would happen to Washington's army on that Christmas night in 1775 when he crossed the Delaware River. He didn't take counsel of his fears. And on that night, he and his untrained troops, not properly equipped, not properly armed, crossed the river and killed or captured 900 British soldiers and kept the war alive. They didn't have boats, they adapted and overcome. They did things like went out, they left a little sticky note and said, we're borrowing your boat tonight, and left a little IBM note. And they crossed the damn river and killed or captured 1,000 British soldiers on Christmas because they knew the British soldiers and the mercenaries were in quarter, it was Christmas, and they got their rum rations. And then was the time to attack. So you can't take counsel of your fears. And some of your greatest accomplishment, look at Eisenhower on D-Day and Bradley. And in that battle, 9,000 casualties in one battle. And if Bradley was on the beachhead leading 1st Army, my old army, he tried to call Eisenhower and say, call off the fight. And thank God technology didn't work because radio didn't damn work. And he wanted to call off because he saw the amount of death on the beach. 9,000 casualties. So From those greatest risks come the greatest reward. And too many times our leaders will get stalled and not act in a timely manner because they're worried about failure. If you're not on the edge, you ain't doing it. Somebody else is going to beat you to the bread punch.
Yeah. Yeah, that's
life. Biggest rewards come on the edge.
Yeah, great example of number 4. Good leaders are not afraid to take on the impossible.
We've got to take on the impossible. We're here today because those who have preceded us took on the impossible. There are many leaders that have said it many different ways. Our future depends on us doing the impossible. Look in our lifetime how life has changed. From how we communicate, how we live, because people embrace the impossible. We don't have an option. We've got to get on the other side of the impossible because that will drive our future economy and it will create future jobs. We've got to embrace the impossible. Doing the same thing over and over is an equivalent of stupidity and getting the same results. The opportunities on the other side. Every leader in an organization, and those of you that still sit on boards, we ought to have a list of impossible, what we can't do now. That will make a difference in the world. If all we concentrate on is what we can do, we will not advance. Look at the spirit of the great Benjamin Franklin and the things he brought that changed our lives.
So you say number 5, the true mark of a great leader is that people follow them willingly.
Yes. Many leaders are appointed or they get elected. And generally speaking, they tell people what to do. That's basic roles and function. But true leaders, they will not only follow them, they will follow them and do what they intend to do when they're not around. That's the true mark of leadership. Is how do you, the Army definition of leadership for my time in the military is the art and science of influencing others to accomplish a task or a mission. And you've seen this with your own children. But what happens when you're not there to watch it? Issuing the order is the easiest thing. Getting it executed is hard because people will selectively listen or understand what you, how do you get people to willingly follow you to accomplish a task? And I've added the word willingly in there as opposed to instructions to accomplish a task or a mission. How they willingly follow like they follow Jimmy. He got to willingly follow a team that have bought into the concept of this festival.
So
y'all agree?
Yeah. So how does that happen in the military? How do you divine that somebody is a leader in the military, that their unit is following them willingly, as opposed to just they told us to do it, we'll do it?
Well, the presence of the leader where the troops are.
Yeah.
You remember that, seeing that picture, and I think Ken had it up the other night, with the boat, Washington's on the front of the boat.
Yeah.
He's not sitting in a room with a widescreen TV. He's in the cold. He's with the troops. Oh, he's on his horse, Nelson. You know, that's the name of his horse. Real white horse is Nelson. He's on Nelson. He's on the battlefield. He's present. And even today, in the modernization of our military, is our leaders are present. You saw Patton portrayed in the movie where he's standing at the crossroads and he's waving trucks on. Some of our most successful leaders, Bradley on the beach at Omaha, their presence on the battlefield and they're seeing what's going on and they're talking to their troops. Issuing the order is the easy part, as most of you know. Executing the order is the hard part because there will be selective listening happen between when it happened and you giving the order.
Number 6, during difficult times, the leader must be visible to his people.
Absolutely. Coming out right now, the leaders have a lot easier time to do that because of the power of social media. But nothing beat a calming conversation with, let's use the office of the president, where they're talking to the people, and talking directly to the people, not necessarily through a interview process. Come out and tell the people. I mean, that was, the art of doing that was immortalized in World War II. And afterwards, when the president would come on the radio, and how many times we've seen that picture of families huddled around the radio to listen to the president of the United States tell them what was going on and what they could expect to happen. Today, and going all the way back to, you could go to Lincoln and before him, sometimes things, what they said didn't make sense. In the olden days, it didn't matter because it took 2 or 3 days to get out west. Today, it's out there within seconds. So you make stupid comments quicker and people know about it. But presidents have always made stupid comments. None of them have been perfect. And sometimes when they say it, his staff will tell him, boss said that was not good. But you do it faster now because of technology.
You mentioned visibility. There's that famous picture of Ike on the meeting with the paratroopers who are going to be the first end of the battlefield. And it always amazed me because you get the sense he is so comfortable. This is not he's smiling broadly. The men are responding accordingly. It's not this sort of desperate moment. And it must have been inspiring to have had him wander through the troops, engage in lighthearted banter, wish them the best, clap them on the shoulder. That's what a true leader does in a moment like that. Think about it. He's sending men to death. Those people are going to get on airplanes and jump out of the skies over a Nazi Europe and liberate the continent. And he's there with them.
Washington, Eisenhower, Patton, MacArthur, they became role models for our current Army leaders and those into the future because they understood that what you're asking troops to do, that many of them in that battle were underage. Some of them never to see their wives or their mom again, and they were fighting to liberate another country on a foreign land.
On the 80th anniversary, I was on a boat from Portsmouth to Cherbourg with 40 some odd veterans of D-Day. And I got to interview them for 3.5 hours. I kept weeping to hear their stories. One guy really amazed me. He was a little guy, grew up in Michigan. After the war, do you know where he ended up living? New Orleans.
Get out of here.
No, but he was stumpy, a little guy. And he said to me, I jumped into Normandy the day before my 16th birthday. Wow. And I said, how the hell did you work that? And he said, I was big actually for my age at the time. I guess he shrunk over the 80 years. And he said, my dad said, if you want to fight, go fight. And he signed the paper saying I was 18. And he joined when he was 15 years old and went into combat the day before he was 16. And anyway, I got to spend some really quality time with him. You said something I want to play off of. Role model. Okay, so Russ Honoré is a kid. What inspired you to join the military, and who was your first role model in the military?
My role model started at home with my dad. He couldn't read, but he made a living and raised 12 children. And 3 of us went in the military, and I stayed 37 years. The other had good sense to go in and get out. And then I was associated with a Cajun dairy farm, a guy named Grover Shoes. And he was the attention to detail guy. My dad wasn't necessarily attention to detail. He was so I learned a lot from this Cajun dairyman. And coming into the military, the examples were all there. I mean, we all studied the Revolutionary War, and we kind of glanced over the Civil War, and you read a little bit about Grant, and a little bit about Lee, and you moved on. And then you got to where there was more published about those who fought, and you learn a little about Blackjack Pershing, and you get to people like MacArthur and Patton.
And where is this taking place? Where is your study?
I'm in Louisiana.
Yeah. So did you enter an officer training program?
Yeah, I went through ROTC program at Southern University, HBCU in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. And I wasn't a scholarship student because I was a C student. If you were an A student or a B plus, you could get a scholarship. But I was a non-scholarship student, which means your first 2 years, you're required to take ROTC because it's a land grant college. We had the draft going on. And my aspiration was to go in the Army as a lieutenant. I had 2 cousins who had preceded me, and both of those were field grade officers by that time, had been to Vietnam a couple times. And my aspiration, if I'm going to Vietnam, I want to go as a lieutenant. And I joined ROTC, and it was an easy time in ROTC because we would march on Monday to the parade field, and when we marched back, the hippies would be out there yelling at us and call us baby killers on the campus. It was that time in America. And 2 years later, after my junior and senior year, I got commissioned as a second lieutenant of infantry, got married on the 2nd of January, the 26th of January, got commissioned, and on the 4th of February, I reported to a place called Fort Benning, Georgia, in an infantry school, an airborne school, and then my first assignment was California because they stopped sending lieutenants to Vietnam at that time.
So who's the first person in this whole experience in the military whom you found inspired you? Is there a role model that you had?
Yeah, there was a colonel in the airborne school, and he said one of the candidates, like I asked him a question, he said, this guy had over 1,000 jumps, and he had all the wings. He had jumped in Vietnam and Korea. I mean, just a magnificent soldier, like something out of Hollywood. He was a living legend at Fort Benning. And someone asked him, said, how do you overcome the fear of jumping out of an airplane and falling at 120 miles an hour before you hit the ground and the chute open? He said, look, son, let me tell you something. The day I stop having that fear, I'm going to stop jumping. Because you should be afraid jumping out of an airplane at that speed and that height. And if you ever get to that point where you're not afraid, you need to stop doing it. And just like coming on this stage, I don't sleep much the night before a public appearance or a few hours before I do an interview on TV. Because remember, if you stop getting afraid, you're subject to say stuff that's stupid and don't make sense. So you don't let your anger and your emotions take toll because your job is to communicate an idea. But the day I stop getting afraid before an interview with cameras on, I will stop doing this because one day somebody going to ask my grandkids, was that your grandfather that said something so stupid?
Okay, so let me turn it around. Was there ever a moment that you realized that you were a role model for a young officer or a young member of the military?
Yeah, I guess it started to happen when I became a division commander in Korea, the 2nd Infantry Division, 2nd to none fight tonight on the DMZ in Korea in 2000. I just left the Pentagon and gone over to take command of that division. And young soldiers, sergeants, and field grade officers that I had served with in other places, they started to write me, sir, I want to come to your division. Wow. That's admirable because nobody wanted to go to Korea. And they wanted to come because I was there. And what it did was increased my awareness that what I say and what I do had to be inside the lines. And it had to be inside the values because as a division commander, what I learned when I was in the Pentagon, you can do anything one time, very stupid. but that'll be the last time you do it. So watch what you say and watch what you do, because everybody's watching, and you don't want young soldiers to emulate something that they can't do. I was at the Staff College in Majors, and I got asked a pretty risky question. He said, well, General, you went out there on the streets of New Orleans, and they were all majors, about 10, 12 years in the Army, and you were yelling at the press and doing this, that. He said, they taught us here not to do that. I said, when I was a major, I wouldn't do that shit either. I'm an Army commander.
You know, I asked the question because...
Excuse my language.
Yeah, I asked the question because it seems to me that great leaders, and particularly in the military, understand that they have to be a role model. I mean, you know, and each has got to be true to themselves. George Marshall was quiet and retiring, respectful, sort of his old Virginia lineage, but he was very meticulous and kept the focus on the big picture. Patton is, you know, big. You know, he is George C. Scott.
Yes.
You know, he's standing up there. The music is playing. The pearl handled pistols are on either hip, and he is. You know, we're going to go in to the teeth of the enemy, but each one of them has their own style. But they recognize it's important for the people that they command that they give them a sense of what is expected through them from their own persona.
Absolutely. When I took command of the First Army, I just shared this with you, they brought a pale green Plymouth soccer mom van to pick me up. I mean, I'm the 33rd commander of First Army. Blackjack Pershing was the first commander, and Bradley commanded. I said, I'm not getting in that car. I said, some of my old soldiers might see me getting in a Plymouth pale green soccer mom van. I'm not getting in it. So we walked over, we got my wife's car, we drove to the reception, and the next day I said, this is the kind of vehicle I want. I want SUVs with satellite in them, television, and they said, well, you can't do it. I said, well, I don't have a staff to tell me how I can't do it. I need a staff to tell me how I can do it. And I had an old Army civilian there, and he bought 2 cars with U.S. Army plates, the same kind they use at the White House, Suburbans, not armored, with all the kit I wanted. And that's how I made phone calls from Katrina to the White House.
Yeah. So,
but I wouldn't get in that soccer mom car.
This is not apropos of anything except you use the word soccer mom. In a presidential motorcade, if I wasn't in the Beast with the president, I was in a vehicle 3 behind him.
Yeah.
There was control, which had all the communications gear, and behind that was the counter assault team, which is sort of the most elite of the Secret Service. And I mean, they are real pros. And then I was in the next vehicle. And sometimes they get, most of the time they were in the dark, looming, threatening black SUV, but occasionally they get the powder blue soccer mom, you know, thing. So riding in the car would be in this same vehicle would be the chief official for the motorcade, the chief advance person. And so I got in a habit of when I get out of the car, if they were stuck in the purple, and one of them was a purple gremlin, kind of like purple, thing. These guys get out, of course, all armored up and everything, and I'd make a scene to the chief advance guy saying, "These are my boys. I do not want them in some pussy car. I don't want to see some green Dodge Mini Caravan. I want a big black looming." And of course, the counter assault guys love this because they love the attention. And when I left the White House, they asked if they could come and see me, and I have a prized picture of the counter assault team armored up with me standing in the middle of them. But the whole thing about soccer mom, they love that. Yeah, this is what a soccer mom has, not the counter assault team. All right, so you had an interesting chapter in here on a phrase I want you to describe: decision superiority. What do you mean?
It goes back to a concept that's spoken of by Sun Tzu. He was an inspirational warrior. He did it at a different time, and some of his examples were very crude. But information support is how do you use technology to see first, understand first, and act first. And attack at your time of choosing and place. I wrote a note this morning using that as a guide to the National Governors Association. And I said, look, governors, if you put your state in a state of emergency and you go on television and you plead with the people and you got the hand person there that's doing all this and you got all the media there and you're very aware of your surroundings and you're pleading with people, the blizzard's coming, stay home. And I pleaded with them. Matter of fact, I CC'd you on that X because people might read it, the governors might read it, or such as the National Governors Association. Close the damn interstate. We saw that in Atlanta a few years ago, didn't close the interstate. We've seen it a few times out here in California. Close the interstate. If you're telling people stay home, your state troopers control that interstate. Close the interstate during the blizzard. Otherwise, you are going to, well, the interstate's closed. There's 800 people there, and we're calling out the National Guard. And this goes on for 3 days. We are not stupid. Close the damn interstate. And we're going to watch this weekend, I-95, there's a blizzard coming. Yeah. There's maybe a foot of snow in D.C., and you're going to have these 4 or 5 governors, all of them want to run for president, will be standing there on Sunday. We mobilized the National Guard to take food and water to people on this state. Well, close the damn thing.
I'm really excited you said that because I'm flying to Washington, D.C. to go to the alfalfa dinner on Saturday night, and then maybe I should stay home. Yeah.
Good choice.
Yeah, good. Yeah. Okay, we're coming to the end, and I've got 2 things I want you to tell us about. One is, what would you do different, knowing what you know today about your career? And in retrospect, was there ever anything that you said to yourself, I messed up on this and I should have done it another way? Let's start with that one.
Yeah, I probably wouldn't have cursed so much.
Yeah.
I was told that as a major, but it always seemed to work with me because it resonates with the troops. It doesn't resonate with your wife when she hear about it, or the wives of the people that work for you. But I look at the mirror in the morning, I feel good about it. Because the bottom line, when I got a mission, we got it done. I can't go look back on any mission that we were given we did not accomplish. That would be one thing, is to be, I'll probably watch too much George Patton and MacArthur. That probably messed me up a little bit. And I watched the TV version of and read a little bit too much about Wainwright and others. But look, when you're dealing around with soldiers and you're dealing with life and death, you don't speak like, if you listen to the airplane pilot on a clear day, we are approaching LAX, we're dropping down to 18,000 feet. It'll be a little bumpy on the last leg of this. We ask that you buckle your, thanks for flying with American Airlines. Shit don't like that in the Army. You with me? It's not that way. It's like, Tiger 2, where are you? Well, I'm phase line green. Well, you're supposed to be at phase line blue, damn it. Because if he's not there, the unit to his left or his right is not going to be able to accomplish their mission. I mean, we don't sound like an airline pilot. And you've been in the White House. The language isn't like what you necessarily see when the president gives a State of the Union speech. This is a language of business and adult. And I probably was a little too heavy on that. But there's one point I want to make sure I make before I leave. Yes. On leadership. You've done this already, but to your kids, your adult kids, save your best leadership for when you get home. Because that will be your biggest legacy, will be your kids. Save your best leadership when you get home, because leadership at home is hard. I can remember when we had our first child, I would come home in the evening and little children, little problems. She would be in a little box in the corner. And after a few months, that thing would pick her head up. She'd recognize me. A few months later, she would be crawling on the floor when I got home and wanted to crawl. She loved her daddy so much. She even wanted to sit and eat with me. It was ridiculous. It was like an extra pet. And we didn't know what we were doing. We were away from grandparents. And a few years later, I go home and say, where's daughter number one? She's next door. Go get her. Okay. Then we went back to Fort Leavenworth. It was in the Majors College, Staff College. And I went home one Friday. Where's daughter number one? She's staying the weekend with Farm Girl out in the country. So that's pretty interesting. Then one day I came home and I was cooking burgers on the back. I always tried to be home for supper. That was another golden rule. Be home for supper. You can go back to work later or you can go early in the morning. Be home for supper. Tell them that. And I was cooking burgers and she was sitting across from me on the table. And I said, this girl looked different. I said, what do you do at school today? Nothing. Who'd you see? Nobody. What'd you learn? Nothing. And I saw metal and stuff coming out of her face. What the hell is going on here? And she had fake tattoos. She started to rub them out. I said, oh, Lord, we got a leadership problem. And I talked to family and friends and said, Russ, don't worry about it. That's just a phase. I say, a phase, my A-Z-Z. It ain't no phase. This is a leadership problem. We got to get a hold of that. So I bought a car. Yeah, I mean, you got to use what you got. We got us some better friends. We got her on the track team. And today she's a senior executive, was with Walmart, and now she works with another company as a marketing. Yeah. You got to invest in your kids.
Yeah.
Leading at home is hard. Leading at work, if you got a problem, you let HR handle it. When I was a young 3-star taking over First Army, the guy said, you got Colonel Brown work for you. The guy's a Rhodes Scholar. He's going to take care of all of your plans for you, okay? That went on good for about 3 months. And we were in a meeting, and Colonel Brown said, well, that course of action really has problems with it, General. I said, well, why didn't you fix it before y'all briefed me? And then the second time it happened, same kind of conversation. I'd made a decision on redeploying troops and deploying troops to Iraq and Afghanistan, and he came up with the same thing. So I went back to my office. He was a Rhodes Scholar, could write, could talk, and I told the Chief of Staff, I said, you know what? That damn Colonel Brown, he's too smart for us. Send his ass to Korea. They could use him. And we gave him a medal, gave his wife some flowers, and had a cake. Work you can handle with HR. At home, them babies are yours. Raise good kids.
Yeah. Thank you. Chapter 9. Let me say one thing. Let me say one thing. Before we end, let me say one thing. I was in the White House for 7 years. I saw a lot. And after Katrina, I saw a lot of dysfunction. I've never seen, the mayor wouldn't talk to the governor wouldn't talk to the mayor, they wouldn't talk to us, they didn't have a plan, they didn't know what they were doing, they were unavailable. Their communities desperately needed their leadership. The laws are designed so that it's not the federal government that comes in and makes the decisions. The federal government is there to write the checks. It is up to the state and the mayor, state and local government to make the decisions about what needs to be done, and it wasn't happening. And one guy came forward and took over, and his leadership saved southern Louisiana. New Orleans would not be the city that it is today, vibrant and exciting and wonderful, if it were not for Russ Honore and a guy that worked closely with him named Don Powell.
Don Powell, right.
These two guys, one's a guy from Amarillo, Texas, and another is a Cajun from southern Louisiana, and they are brothers separated at birth.
Yeah. And the greatest honor I ever got was President Bush. He said, he came to visit, and we hadn't evacuated the city, and he told the staff, collective staff to include, said, until this evacuation over, this general is the go-to guy. And he looked at me as we walked out toward his helicopter. He said, look, cowboy, evacuate the city.
Yeah. No. Thank you, Russ, for serving our country.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
God bless.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the program will begin in 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats and silence all cell phones. The program is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Lieutenant Governor Eleni Kounalakis, General David H. Petraeus, and Brett Stevens, with Edward Luce.
Thank you. Delight to be here with such a distinguished panel. I was looking at the title of the panel, which is U.S. Foreign Policy, America and the World, and I was thinking, yeah, the title like that, it's sort of a worthy thing. We should talk about foreign policy. And then I remembered, no, this is really quite interesting at the moment. We're at this sort of world historic moment. We're at this world historic moment where everything that's we thought was solid seems to be melting into air. And so I think this is not going to be an average panel. This is a fascinating moment to be addressing this topic. And let me briefly, before I turn to the panel, frame this by reminding you of Valentine's Day last year when J.D. Vance went to Munich of all places, and he told the Europeans, America's European allies, that the threat to them didn't come from Russia, didn't come from China, didn't come from extremists at home. It came from two things. One was their liberal democratic censorship industrial complex, A, and B, immigration. That's the threat to Europe. And of course, he met the far right AfD people whilst he was in Germany. And he gave this speech in Munich. Fast forward to last week, the week before last, in Davos. And you have this split screen with one of them, Donald Trump, climbing down from Greenland, but basically berating Europe in that same style, saying if it wasn't for us, you'd be speaking German, etc. And of course, this was the German-speaking part of Switzerland. He was. And then the other screen, the day before, Mark Carney, the Prime Minister of Canada, of all countries. He hadn't even been Prime Minister Valentine's Day last year when Vance gave that speech. And Carney says, the old world, the world that we have known for 80 years is dead. This isn't a transition, this is a rupture, it is over. As I say, it was a Canadian who delivered that message. And so what I want to ask each of you to address is whether you agree with Carney that this is the end of the old world, and if so, what does the new world look like? And I might as well go in order of how you're sitting. So Brett, let's start with you.
Well, I think the answer is it's too soon to tell. I remember the first time I participated in Davos was in 2003 and 2004, where there was also talk of a fundamental rupture between the United States and Europe, particularly Germany and France, over the war in Iraq. Davos began in 1971, the same year that Nixon pulled the dollar off of gold and essentially walked away from Bretton Woods. And if you go back 17 years earlier, you get to the Suez Crisis and another kind of moment of a rupture. So you have to acknowledge we've sort of been there before, and the Trump presidency isn't going to be forever. But there is a clear sense that the United States that Europeans and Canadians have known since 1945 or 1947 is not the same. That they have to find their way in the world, in a world that is, what I've sometimes called the post-Pax Americana world, where the United States is not interested in serving as the guarantor of the free world, in part because the words free world aren't ones that this administration appears to recognize. I wrote a column a year ago titled Depose Maduro, so I suppose I should be delighted by the fact that Maduro, my advice was taken. But I wanted to depose Maduro for the sake of a return to a democracy in Venezuela, not for the sake of Maduro too, who happens to be a now newly pro-American illegitimate leader as opposed to the anti-American illegitimate leader. And that, I think, is a deeply worrisome thing. I think the other thing, one of the reasons to go to Davos, other than the beautiful hotel rooms and no, I'm kidding, it's horrible, is you get a sense of the vibe. And in my more than 20 years of going to Davos, I've never seen the Europeans more flabbergasted, furious, or afraid. that is bad. That is bad because American power derives not simply from our ability to impose our will, but our attractiveness as a leader of a coalition of free nations.
So, sorry, just a very quick follow-up before I move to the general. That the Europeans are bruised, flabbergasted to the extent that they will do something, or are they going to write a strongly worded letter?
Well, you heard Scott Bessent kind of mock Europeans, the fearsome European working group, and I think that's an open question, because the challenge that Europe faces, this kind of iteration of European leaders face, is that they are trapped between two very unpleasant political constellations. They are trapped between essentially a moderate centrist, center-right, center-left voting bloc that doesn't want to move anywhere, and another part of their voting bloc that wants to move dramatically to mostly to the populist right. And so their ability to strike an independent course of action from a foreign policy perspective is really limited. Will Europeans really go for 5% of GDP devoted to defense? Are they willing to develop competitive economies once again by eroding some of the fabric of the welfare states that they've built up? I'm not sure that they can.
Okay, no, fair enough. General, bearing in mind that J.D. Vance is going back to Munich, which is the week after next, I'm going to be there.
I'll be there again.
And you're going to be. What else are you there?
And it was quite a jarring moment.
It didn't feel like mildly. Valentine's Day to you?
No.
So bearing in mind that, and presumably he's not going to be going there to sort of assuage bruised egos and calm European nerves. He's going there with one purpose in mind. The same question to you, is the old world dead?
I think I agree with Brett in general that I think it's a bit premature to make any kind of sweeping final judgment. And in part because actually, as always, it helps to follow the troops, follow the money, follow what Congress is doing as well. And Congress still, I think, is a bipartisan body, and they're often not, but I think they still generally agree that the United States should be part of alliances, that we should recognize the value of that. I think they're still generally inclined to believe that the U.S. leadership in the world is important, that making the world safe for democracy is not yet in the trash bin of history. And in fact, they have offset much of what the administration did in the first year, even restoring money for essentially what is AID by another name. But they, for example, limited in the Defense Authorization Act, they limited the president's ability to draw down forces in Europe, draw down forces in Korea, pull the U.S. out of the Supreme Allied Commander. There's a whole bunch of individual issues that on which they establish restrictions on the president, and they are reflecting of this kind of continued centrist approach to the role of the U.S. in the world. But I was in Brussels last week, also after actually Israel, including Gaza, and of course that's where the EU and NATO are, and of course I got the same kind of double-barreled blow from each of these different bodies by those who are in them. And again, they are very shaken. I would point out, though, that I think that Europe and the EU/NATO both deserve credit for very much stepping up. The EU's pace of diplomacy is unprecedented. Mm-hmm. There's a seriousness and purpose. Remember when President Trump rolled out the red carpet for Putin up in Anchorage, Alaska? I think that was on a Friday. Mm-hmm. And on Monday, all the European leaders that mattered, plus President Zelensky, were in the Oval Office helping guide this back to, again, a bit different path. They have passed just recently $105 billion equivalent of assistance for Ukraine. That'll solve their economic and fiscal problems for 2 years probably, and allow them to very substantially increase drone production from what is already incredible, 3.5 million per day, or per year. Mm-hmm. They're using 9,000 per day, about 40% of which don't come back, by the way. Mm-hmm. That's the future of war. So again, I think they actually are very much stepping up. They did a 19th round of sanctions on Russia. They're going to do a 20th round. In fact, if we would join in, we could do real damage to the Russian war economy. in a year in which it's going to run out of its national welfare fund. But we'll see if we're willing to do that. Congress would do that.
That old Kissinger problem, who do you call when you call Europe? I mean, do you call Ottawa nowadays?
No, I actually think that there is a place to call Europe, and I'd go to the European Commission President, Ursula von der Leyen, we all know well from when she was minister, and Kaja Kallas, essentially her foreign secretary. And they are very much guiding things very impressively.
So, I mean, it's a suspicion I have that when Vance goes to Europe, he thinks Europeans are Californians, basically. It's just an extension of Berkeley. California is, of course, a Pacific state, not an Atlantic state. But you are very close to Canada, and in many ways very similar to Canada. When I was studying journalism, there was a joke, a real headline in the New York Times, that the most boring headline ever written was "Worthwhile Canadian Trade Initiative." And that would actually be an unboring headline nowadays, right? But so how are you as Californians, and you're in charge of Californians' foreign relations, how are you as Californians coping with this conundrum we're all in, and particularly with Canada?
Sure. So this is the second time I've had the honor of sharing a stage with you, General, and I don't think is because Lieutenant is in my title. I am a former United States ambassador as well, but the three of you have vast knowledge of the topic that we're talking about. And so in this question of Carney and where are we on that, I would just start by saying I agree. I think it's too early to tell. But I also think it's because it's not an issue of time, it's an issue of the fact that this administration seems to be employing sort of an extension of strategic ambiguity into this strategic ultimate chaos. And so from the California perspective, we're constantly hosting Europeans, Canadians, members of leadership and high-ranking business people from NATO allies and friends around the world, and they are beside themselves to be treated this way by the United States of America. And what I can tell you, my personal opinion, is at this point, it is doing more damage to us than it is getting us anything in terms of being able to expand American power. And we'll see, we're 1 year in, but on this sort of side of the damage that it's doing, I'll give you just one data point, which is the wine industry of California. When you talk about exports from the United States of wine being cut off from Canadian markets, that is just California wine. And so we have such a positive relationship with trade. It's not just wine, it's building materials, it's agricultural products, it's a lot of things. With Canada, we, the governor, did a very expensive investment in an ad campaign in Canada to try to preserve the friendliness of the relationship, encourage them to continue to buy California products and to come here to visit, for tourism. And the ad campaign was called California Loves Canada. And it seemed like this would be a good thing to do as a subnational power to try to preserve some space here. And in fact, it drew a very swift and negative response in Canada, where Canadian leaders were basically saying, don't listen to the siren song of California. Essentially, they're America too, and we have to hold firm and stay united. And that was a very rude awakening, I think, for us.
And so your ability to say, whether it's to Canada or to Europe, to say, look, it's not us in California that's doing this, it's Trump in Washington, boycott Kentucky whiskey, but not Napa, not our cab salves from Northern California. That doesn't work.
Look, just very briefly, again, as a former diplomat, I never think there should be daylight between the leadership of the United States, regardless of party, when it comes to our foreign policy and subnational voices. But in this moment of extreme chaos, Yes, being able to remind Europeans that California is a reliable transatlantic partner. But at the end of the day, we are all part of the United States of America, and our foreign policy is determined there.
General, sorry, you wanted to...
Well, I was just going to note that I know Prime Minister Carney quite well from his previous positions and so forth. I think very, very highly of him. I think he's turning out to be a very astute politician in addition to being a great central banker. And I know that speech played well with what your old newspaper calls the Davosites.
Yeah.
But I think he's treading a little bit incautiously in the sense that his country is so overwhelmingly dependent on the United States. I'm not saying he needs to low crawl to Washington and grovel at the White House, but I think being a bit more careful. Again, it was a brilliant speech. It was a powerful speech. It sketched out a reality that he saw that I think
but do you think he's enjoying it just a bit too much?
I think you got to watch out.
That's a very interesting
while
point.
It does build up his popularity at home for a period of time in the short term, in the medium term, before they're able to reorient their economy and so forth, and then of course he went to Beijing to do just that. But the dependence of Canada on the United States, I mean, President Trump is very astute at where he has leverage and at using that leverage, sometimes quite.
Well, on this theme, I think it's important if people like Carney or Macron in France are going to talk about setting a more independent course, a more self-reliant course, that should be met with action. I was curious in the last year to check out figures on the Canadian military. And Canada is a maritime nation. It has no navy. It effectively has no navy.
It does have a couple of icebreakers.
Well, it has some icebreakers. Well, that's great. And I much to admire about Canada, but this is supposed to be a NATO member that was spending about 1% of GDP on defense. So there is, it's important when dealing with Trump to recognize that within a blizzard of complaints which are obnoxious and overbearing, there's often an important grain of truth. And in this case, the grain of truth was that the United States was leading an alliance of freeloaders who were this is the truth. I think I saw a statistic that if Britain were invaded by Russia, they would have about 3 days worth of ammunition before they.
The British Army can't fill Wembley Stadium.
Right. And this is so this is a legitimate complaint, and I think that the Canadians and Europeans will have more standing if they can demonstrate some genuine will to
To be fair, Carney he's made the 5% pledge, and they are actually unloading it quite quickly.
Well,
by Canadians.
Great. One of the speeches that didn't go sufficiently mentioned in Davos was President Zelensky's speech, which was also complaining about a European Union that is, what's the expression? All hat and no cattle, as they say in Texas.
So I'm glad you mentioned Zelensky's speech, because before I get to China, and we are going to get to China, I wanted to ask about Zelensky's speech in Davos, but more generally, the talks that Trump is presiding over between Ukraine and Russia. He's made it very clear in the last few days.
They're not between Ukraine and Russia.
No, but with the U.S. Doing both bilaterals, is that he will provide an American security guarantee to Ukraine to the extent that Ukraine provides land concessions, not just concessions, land concessions in the Donbass to Russia, to Putin, of land that Russia will get in the negotiating chamber. It could not win on the battlefield, on a battlefield that a lot of Ukrainian blood has been shed. So the Ukrainians, the conversations I've had, leave me in no doubt, no longer see the United States as a friend, and not even as an honest broker in these talks. So I guess the question is, and I'm glad you both raised this European all hat and no cattle thing. The question is Europe capable, as Alex Stubb of Finland said the other day, of filling America's shoes and providing that backstop? Or is Mark Rutte, the Secretary General of NATO, who says, no, it's not capable of doing anything without the United States. Is that correct? Because this is two different...
correct. And I say that having been a 1-star, 3-star, 4-star NATO commander, always dual-hatted with the U.S. position. And we don't just spend more than all the NATO countries put together. We spend, it used to be more than something like 2.4 times more than all that they do. And their spending is often inefficient. It results in forces that are either duplicative or they lack interoperability, all the rest of that stuff. And again, we've experienced that very, very substantially. In fact, I was, again, privileged to command 2 coalitions, one of which was a NATO force in Afghanistan, the other of which was most European countries under a U.S. multinational force. So Rutte is right. And by the way, he has proved very, very astute. I think just leading Holland, I mean, how do you get all these coalitions together for over a decade? And now is the NATO, and again, he was the one that talked Trump into a sense of reality about Greenland as well. I think he's very, very gifted. And I was really pleased to see him state the truth on this issue. That notwithstanding, it is great to see NATO nations agree to spend not just 2% of GDP on defense. Germany wasn't even at 1.5, but now to spend 3.5%, and then it gets to 5 if you add infrastructure and other related expenses. And Germany, for example, now is going to spend somewhere in the order between 800 billion and 1 trillion additional euros over the course of the next decade. And that will be substantial. The question is, can they fill the ranks? Can they actually turn that into capability? I actually was on in a session in Europe and asked about all of this, and I said, my worry is that there will be a lot of additional spending. That's great. But my worry is that the whole will actually be less than the sum of the parts because of the inefficiencies, the lack of interoperability, and so forth.
And sorry if I can just interject. I think the General raises a key point, which is, you can, in theory, spend money and choose to, have a defense policy that's essentially a kind of a jobs policy or an industrial policy. But there's been data out of Germany, France, Italy, of the willingness of young Europeans to fight for their countries,
big challenge,
under any circumstances.
UK too.
And this, by the way, gets at, once again, a kind of a grain of truth in the Trumpian invective about Europe, which is that Europe has in effect lost civilizational confidence. It has done such a good job of persuading itself, and particularly its young people, that the era of war and confrontation is over, that they've come to believe it. Ukrainians obviously know otherwise. I think the Poles and the Finns know otherwise because they are frontline states faced with Russia hard on their border. But I struggle to believe, just among the younger Germans that I know who are friends of my children, that they have any interest in any kind of fighting. So it will be very difficult for the Europeans. It's not just, I guess my point is, it's not just a matter of spending the money. They have to change the cultural attitudes they've had about their geopolitical position. And that's going to be a kind of a pedagogical effort that's going to last a decade or more.
I mean, it's interesting, last week, that the moment at which British temperature about Trump reached its peak was when he'd made the comments about our allies, NATO allies in Afghanistan, were kept back from the front lines. They were just there for show, basically. And of course, like 450-something British dead and 53 Danish dead, I think. That really
Danish
triggered.
had the highest per capita loss rate of all, including our forces.
But so, let me bring politics a bit more into this, because it struck me, we all talk about Trump the whole time. But I am not clear what it is Democrats would propose in some putative 2029 scenario if, or for that matter, a traditional, more Mitt Romney, maybe even Marco Rubio kind of Republican would do in 2029, because the world's not going to be the world that was left off before Trump came back. And, California is a Pacific state, and we haven't mentioned US-China yet, but what should an aspiring presidential candidate for either party be thinking of from your perspective? And I'm not trying to trick you into talking about Governor Newsom.
No, of course.
Oh, he is.
He certainly doesn't deny it at this point. I don't think he's actually come out and said it. But he was in Davos and maybe doing some additional international travel coming up. We have this general rule of thumb in American politics that voters do not vote based on foreign policy. And yet, Americans being left out of the conversation of what we are doing in the world with our power, I think has been an enormous mistake because you have to have public opinion at least at a certain level of understanding of what we're doing when we're spending lives and fortune in places where those wars are not going the way that we would have liked, obviously, for them to go. So at the same time, I think that there are these ways that foreign policy finds its way in. Florida was this purple state for a very long time, and President Obama's policies toward Cuba did not take into account how Cuban Americans in Florida felt about it. Similarly with Venezuela, how does a Democratic leader domestically talk about the Maduro capture and replacement from what perspective? From the perspective just of how Venezuelan Americans as a voting bloc feel, or as trying to come up with a comprehensive foreign policy that then they would go forward with if they get elected. So it's complicated. But when it comes to, I will just say one thing about Asia. First, it's been interesting to see China offshoring manufacturing to other Asian countries in order to be able to get around tariffs. I think that's been very interesting. And as a result, when we look at the volumes of trade coming in to California ports, Long Beach, LA, Wainimi, Oakland, actually the volumes have not gone down. And we thought that they would with the tariffs on China, but they've been able to kind of manipulate around that. So it feels a little bit like business as usual in spite of the tariffs, even though we've seen an increase in prices, to be sure. And big problems for us in our exports of agriculture. But I think that while we're kind of waiting to see what happens with the White House in China, because if it ends up becoming central to the national conversation, the way that Venezuela and Greenland and Canada have been now so far, if it pops back up on the radar, I think that another underlying part of this is what is Donald Trump and his family's own personal interest in all of this? Because it does seem that whether it's Saudi Arabia being suddenly a favored relationship, it has to do with their own business initiatives as well. And with crypto and artificial intelligence and all of these things that have global implications that are directly tied with his and his own family's interests in internationally in their own financial endeavors.
It's very, very well made, and it's a question I want to ask all of you, because it's one of the great pastimes in Washington is watching people, foreign policy experts, think tankers, etc., trying to sort of fashion a coherent explanation as to what Trump's foreign policy is. Is it isolationist? Is it imperialist? Is it restrainer? Is it prioritizer? Is it offshore balancer? And we call this sane washing. It's like it's very hard to make this coherent. But a through line, and I think, Eleni, you were just sort of touching on it, a through line might be with all his foreign policies, particularly since Liberation Day, so-called Liberation Day, the tariff war was declared by Trump last April, is that the family and families of people who work for him, like Steve Witkoff, are getting a lot of business out of this. And it's kind of like Louis XIV, l'état c'est moi. And there's a sort of personalist regime. This is how the world perceives it. And that provides a great advantage to the Saudi Arabias and the United Emirates of this world, great disadvantage to the Canadas and the Frances, etc., that can't so easily buy $2 billion of stable coin and funnel it through World Liberty Financial, the Trump Jr., Witkoff Jr. Crypto vehicle. So is this, to use a strong word, a kleptocratic foreign policy, or to use a slightly more polite term, a foreign policy that is being conducted in ignorance of the emoluments clause of the US Constitution? Brett.
Look, who was the defense secretary in the 1950s who said what's good for General Motors is good for America and vice versa? I think that the thinking is what's good for the Trump organization is good for America and vice versa. But I think it's a little bit reductionist to think of Trump as just a guy who wants to get himself even richer. He didn't go into politics for that reason, although I think that's definitely something that he is abusing. I think Trump sees himself as a world historical figure who is trying, not very coherently, but kind of intentionally as a sense of direction, of shifting the nature of American politics away from its internationalist orientation of the post-World War II era into something that more starkly resembles the nationalism of the late 19th century and early 20th century. There's a reason he talks incessantly about McKinley and that era of American politics, because he thinks that it was an era of greater American autonomy, energy, independence, and there's something to that argument, right? I think it's ultimately a flawed argument because the United States, nested within a set of international alliances, was able to defeat its most serious foe in the 20th century, the Soviet Union, and thrive as it never had before, again, thanks to the fact that we were close to our friends in Europe, close to our friends in Asia, reliable partners on the international scene. We made mistakes, but the general view of the United States was that we were an asset to global stability and a fair and reliable trading partner and a believer in a kind of a rules-based world. And that's the bet that I think Trump is making, that he's going to make a break with that order and that the United States will have all of this winning, as he likes to put it. But so I don't want to, I think it's just foolish to just sort of reduce Trump to a figure who just looked at the presidency as an enrichment scheme. I don't think that's what he's really about.
But and address, General, in your answer, the U.S.-China piece of this, Trump.
Sure. Well, the U.S.-China relationship is particularly interesting because China is the one country in the world that has so many levers to pull that it can actually answer our threats and our actions. We have to have Chinese magnets or we don't make cars. We have to have Chinese processed rare earths and strategics. Now, there's sources of that elsewhere, and we're scrambling to find those, including in our own country, by the way. We have huge quantities of all of this, but we can't get through the regulatory maze to actually get it out of the ground and then process it. So that's a really interesting relationship because, again, of all the other countries out there, they have something they can do in return, and we have, at the end of the day, generally backed down from where it was that we were. So that bears careful watch. And I think it's always been true to say that the personal informs the professional. In many cases, we felt a special kinship. Look, this is what led Prime Minister Blair in the UK to sign on to Iraq with President George W. Bush. They were that close. We'd been struck. NATO Article 5 had been invoked for the first time. And you see that here. It's not just about Trump Incorporated or whatever else like that. I agree with you. You can't reduce it all just to that by any means.
You can't ignore that either.
Yeah,
right? It's a pretty big thing.
But again, why is it that there are still high tariffs on India, a country we should want to be resolving the trade issues and keep them from going into the Chinese arms the way so many other countries are as a response to what it is that we have done to them. And it's because simply Prime Minister Modi didn't jump right on the Peace Prize bandwagon the way the Pakistanis did. And that literally informs this.
And the Pakistanis have a crypto venture going with World Liberty Financial. The Indians don't. I do think I want to emphasize also, this emoluments
there
piece.
There is, I think, occasionally some envy for others who can exercise authoritarian powers.
Right.
I mean, what is the fascination with Putin? It's that he has this kind of authoritarian power. He doesn't have to worry about Congress providing a check on him or the courts or anything else like that. He's got fabulous wealth. He's got beautiful palaces and dachas and all the rest of that. And he's a man, therefore, with whom Trump can deal. I think he actually sees only two leaders in the world, really, that are at his level, and that would be Putin and, then, of course, President Xi. And by the way, I'm glad to see that there will be multiple summits this year with China. We don't want to be back in the situation we were when the spy balloon floated over America to be shot down off our coast, and the Pentagon picked up the hotline to Beijing and nobody answered. We do not want that to happen. The biggest calamity in the world would be if deterrence broke down in the Indo-Pacific. And the two countries that right now have a severe competition ongoing, the description by our former National Security Advisor, if that turned into confrontation.
It's fair to say, though, but what you both said about China is extremely important. Eleni, on China, it's fair to say China is like sitting back and waiting for people to come to China now. Keir Starmer is there right now. Mark Carney went to China en route. Gavin Newsom got a very thick red carpet laid out for him.
Chancellor Merz is going there.
Chancellor Merz is going there. Which again gets us back to the question. Since it is the most important bilateral relationship of the world and for the future of the world. It's more important
than all the others put together.
All of everything else we've been talking about. What should a democratic or a moderate Republican's China policy be? How should we address this? And you don't have to give the whole.
Asking these two, maybe I'll just hand the floor, General, because I'm actually curious in your answer to this.
Well, and first and foremost, we have to recognize that deterrence, again, the most important feature of this relationship has to be deterrence. And that is founded on the potential adversary's assessment of your capabilities on the one hand and your willingness to use them on the other. We have to be very careful not to undermine the assessment of our willingness to use this. I remember the red line in Syria about chemical weapons use issued by President Obama. It was crossed and we didn't do anything. The Russians sort of got us out of it. But I was in the office of the Singaporean Prime Minister at the time, Prime Minister Lee, and he said, General, that has repercussions out here, out in the South China Sea. It undermines a sense that we're willing to actually use the capabilities we have. It showed a tremendous hesitation. And then, of course, we also must transform those capabilities. So that's first and foremost, is to ensure that deterrence is rock solid and not only don't do anything to undermine it. By the way, this doesn't mean to be needlessly provocative. This just means to be firm, resolute, and have very, very clear capabilities. And that transformation is not going quickly enough, in my view. We should be learning much more about the future of war, which is really in Ukraine right now, 9,000 drones per day being used, than it is, again, about anywhere else. Our capabilities are fine against Venezuela or even in the Middle East and so forth. But again, if you're going to get into it with the number 2 economy of the world that has built more ships in recent years than probably all the rest of the world put together, you've got to be keenly attuned to that.
Right.
Then beyond that, obviously, it has to get to the economics. And here what we need to do is very, very clear-eyed recognize the shortcomings that have accumulated over the years as we have been comfortable depending on China to provide all of this, most of this, and so on. And we need to address that very quickly. And to be fair, the current administration is doing a fair amount of that. They're actually looking at investing in places that one would never look in the past. and doing more in the United States. By the way, Canada has some tremendous initiatives. Toronto, the
worthwhile Canadian.
Worthwhile.
The Ring of Fire, it's called.
Can I just jump in on the subject of China? I mean, one of the problems that I think we have in the discussion of China is that you can't talk about China without the words "the rise of China" being uttered. The problem that we have with China isn't its rise; it's actually its relative decline, and you see that in any number of places. First of all, declining working age population, declining overall population, 5
million a year.
Yeah.
The fact that they have major imbalances in their economy. Too much of the economy is state-led. They're very good at certain kind of champion industries, but there is first of all, there's tremendous youth unemployment, tremendous public discontent with the economy because expectations rose greatly and they were not matched by economic reality. But declining powers are much more dangerous than rising powers. And why is that? Because rising powers, when China was rising under Deng Xiaoping and Jiang Zemin, it was a country that felt it could bide its time because it would only get stronger. When countries sense that they are in decline, they are more prone to take extreme action in order to reverse what the perceived decline and some of the internal pressures. So I very much worry that China is dangerous, for instance, when it comes to Taiwan, precisely for that reason. So I think there are basically two arms to an American strategy with China. One is exactly what the general mentioned, which is that we have to have deterrent power in the Asia-Pacific adequate to the military challenge that we confront along a long periphery there. But the second thing is we need to provide inducements economically for them not to go to war. And that means not, higher tariffs, it means lower tariffs. It means doing what we can to make sure that the Chinese economy doesn't meet with a crisis that could lead them to rash action. And I think this is what the Trump administration misunderstands, that the idea of trying to isolate and punish China economically is ultimately going to boomerang against the United States because it's going to force them into a more militarized direction. It's a little bit like the oil embargo that we imposed on Japan in the summer of 1941, which only led or helped contribute to the attack on Pearl Harbor that December.
How would this play, what their two answers are, how would this play in Orange County?
I think that everybody recognizes that what the general said is true, which is that our relationships with every single country in the world cannot measure up to the importance of what happens between the United States and China in coming years. I think people just, at this point, just know that, just understand it. It's sort of in the ether. And if there were one thing that I would just amplify of what the general said, which is improving our own competitiveness by investing here at home. The Biden administration with the CHIPS Act and the Infrastructure Act very much focused on this idea. It's going to take, we know, a very long time to be able to replicate the capabilities of production here. We're always going to have a challenge with rare earths. We know that. But that hopefully could be a bipartisan thread going forward, this, improving our capabilities here at home. And to that point, one of the things that this administration has done, and I will be as critical as I could possibly be in this forum, Jamie, without going too far over the line here, is they're attacking our institutions of higher learning and our research universities, and it is catastrophic. It cannot be allowed to stand. The University of California, in addition to all of our 10 campuses, we manage 2 national laboratories. The investments historically from the federal government to do everything from finding cures for cancer to innovation beyond our wildest imagination. This has been an extraordinary strategic advantage for the United States. And so I hope that in the coming years we will be able to wake them up to understand that not investing in the scientific future and the innovation future of our country will only harm us when it comes to competing with China.
An excellent answer. I am going to slightly abuse the fact we've gone to 0 to do one rapid fire final round very quickly, because I know that if we all woke up tomorrow morning to find there'd been an American attack on Iran, we would not be surprised. So just very, very quickly, do you expect kinetic action in that theater anytime soon, Brett? And then
Yes.
the General? The answer is yes.
I think 55-45 that there will be an attack. Iran could actually take some action that would say we renounce our nuclear ambitions and negotiate with Trump. I think that's very unlikely. Keep in mind, by the way, Iran is defenseless at this point. As long as you stay 12,500 feet and higher, they can't touch you.
Mm-hmm.
Israel destroyed their supposedly sophisticated Russian air and ballistic missile defense system. But again, I think the odds are that it's more likely than less. And part of the reason, by the way, is that President Trump is very sensitive to any accusation that he did what Obama did back with the Syrian.
He doesn't like the Trump always chickens out thing, the taco thing.
I would just say that here, again, we should be able to have common ground, which is that Iran is a threat to the United States, and everything that we can do to minimize that threat is good for our country.
Bravo. Yeah.
So on that very cheerful note, please join me in thanking a wonderful panel. I've got
Ladies and gentlemen, the program will begin in 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats and silence all cell phones. The program is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Tim Bovary, Eric Larson, and Sonia Purnell with John Meacham.
on, Hardy faithful. These are the Hardy faithful. Come on down. It's just like an Episcopal church. You're all back there. All right, I want to say first that I'm very pissed off at Erik Larson. Why? Okay, since you asked, thank you for asking. My first book was about the friendship between Franklin Roosevelt and Winston Churchill. And the person who crystallized the whole project for me was Mary Churchill Soames, who said that whenever she thought of Papa and the president, she thought of two lions roaring at the same time. Perfect description. But I desperately wanted her diaries and begged not begged, I made an important intellectual inquiry / I begged. And I'll never forget, we were sitting at the Connaught before it was all screwed up. And I'd begged again, and she finally looked at me and said, "Forget it, Ducky, too many blue-eyed captains." Which, and then the Splendid in the Vial is key. Erik Larson, who did so beautifully with the book about the Blitz, and Lady Churchill, Lady Soames, and so it broke my heart, but a lovely book. Now, are you irritated with him too because of Mrs. Churchill, because of Lady Churchill?
No, I mean, I love it.
Well, then we don't want to talk about it.
Yeah, the more the merrier, I think. Yeah, absolutely.
In any event, we are three marvelous people. I'm Brian Williams. Thank you all for coming. So let's start. Tim will start. I think the thing that people love to know is, how do you find a topic? How do you find something you say, yes, that's going to be 4 or 5 years of my life?
Well, I think it's a combination of idealism and hard-nosed pragmatism. You've got to really be fascinated by what you're doing, because if you're not, you're sure as hell not going to convince the reader that it's something worth parting with a certain amount of dollars and spending several hours of their day reading. So it's got to be something you find fascinating and that you're going to spend 5 years working on. But then you have to think, is this something which will appeal? And I remember very early on in my writing career floating one idea for a book about something that I'd studied, particularly at university in England, on the 18th century. And they said, interesting. Do you want to be published in America? I said, well, ideally, yes. They said, this will never be published in America. I said, well, how do you know? Surely this is a really interesting story. He said, just answer me this question. How many Americans are going to be in this book? I said, well, precisely 0. He said, that is why you're not going to get published in America. So it has to be a combination of not just a passion project. You have to think maybe slightly whether there's an audience for this subject as well.
Absolutely. Erik?
Well, first, let me say, I wish I could speak as well as he does. I love it. You have to really be interested in the subject matter. That's square one. But as I think I mentioned in a program the other day, for me, what is really, really important is that the subject has to have a natural, organic arc, a central theme that is just there, that doesn't have to be massaged in any way, and that people will just gravitate to. You know, like the sinking of the Lusitania, I mean, the Blitz in London. But that's really just the beginning. What really matters at that point is, do you have the stuff? Do you have the stuff to tell the story? Because narrative nonfiction is very different than standard monographic histories that we all sort of grew up with. You absolutely have to have the material. Although I will tell you, I was once in an event in Austin, Texas. It was the great Texas Book Fair, thrown by Barbara Bush and subsequently by others. But it was a fabulous, fabulous book festival. And I took my middle daughter down there. She read my book, Isaac Storm, on the plane. We go into this amphitheater, actually the State House in Austin. It's packed with Texans. Texans love their history. You know, C-SPAN was there, Secret Service was there, local news was there. It was just amazing. And they had saved us. I promise you, I'm leading to something. They had saved a seat for my kid right over there. Comes to the question and answer period. Questions are flying. You know, somebody's shouting at me like, "What about oil?" And I didn't know what the hell he was talking about, but it's oil, you know. We're progressing. I see this little hand go up. Now, I was inclined to ignore that hand. The C-SPAN cameraman was not. The camera goes, focuses on my daughter. I'm like, "Yes, Lauren." She stands and very sweetly, she says, "Dad, how much of this book did you make up?" And so I said, "Lauren, how are you getting back to Seattle? I'm just kind of curious about that today."
Sonia?
Well, I suppose I stumbled across a letter, my first of the sort of trilogy of women I've written about, from Clementine Churchill to Churchill himself, at the most perilous time for the UK, when we thought we were about to be invaded. And this letter went along the lines of, even at this terrible hour, this darkest hour, please remember to be the kindest version of yourself. Don't make your staff terrified of you so that they no longer come to you with good ideas or bad ideas, any ideas at all. Be that best version of yourself. You have this incredible power now. So use it wisely and calmly. And I thought, wow, this is an amazing letter. And then I looked into it a bit more and I realized that this was the second or third attempt she'd had to write this letter. Finally, she wrote it. They wrote to each other all the time, by the way, even though they were under the same roof. They would send a servant down a corridor, you know, with a little note. And it got me wondering, well, A, I had no idea that he had a wife. I'd never really thought about it before. And B, that she would take him on in such a way. And C, I wanted to find out what the effect of that letter was. So I started reading all the memoirs and diaries and letters of his entourage around that time. And it was extraordinary. They said things like, "Oh, the Prime Minister's bad-tempered phase was a passing one," or "He barked at me again tonight, but then he put his arm around me and assured me he didn't mean to be fierce with anyone except that man in Berlin." And many other examples of how actually he clearly tried to change. He took enormous notice of this letter from his wife. And that just made me think, well, what else did she do? And why don't we know more about her? And then I discovered that the Churchill Archives in Cambridge in England, there were whole files about her that had never been opened, not once, including, just for example, an interview with someone called Hugh Lungi, who was her translator when she went to see Stalin by herself in the Kremlin in 1945. Most people had no idea she'd even been. No one had ever listened to that interview before as to what had happened in the Kremlin. And so I realized that here was a story that absolutely needed to be told. And, you know, if you don't believe me, then, you know, Churchill himself said in 1948, he passed this little note under her door. They never had the same bedroom. 1948, 40th wedding anniversary, telling her that nothing in his life or his work would have been possible without her. And yet there were books called things like The Greatest Britain Unmasked, 800 pages long, and Clementine is not mentioned once. And so I thought, okay, I'm going to find out more about her. Eric was talking about you need to have the material. But amazingly for me and for us and for the world, they did. They sent letters and notes to each other constantly. And so there was an incredible supply of material, like I say, most of which had been ignored. And so it became really clear that this was a woman. You got two Churchills for the price of one, basically. She was very much his advisor, his spin doctor, his pollster, his chief consigliere. She was pretty much everything. She was involved in everything. So that made me realize that there were these stories still about the Second World War that needed to be told. I used to think, oh, we know everything about it, obviously, you know, so clearly not true. But that some of the very best stories are about the roles of women that were written out or overlooked or misrepresented, but somehow tell us a lot about the human condition. Everything about the Second World War amplifies what we are as human beings, I think, makes things clearer, more dramatic, more epic. And so it was really as a result of Clementine and finding out about her that the next two books followed on from that. And, you know, the latest book on Pamela Harriman obviously goes right up to 97. but the basis of it is the Second World War, because I guess it shaped the 20th century and it continues to shape us today.
Absolutely. So, Eric, you have done grand history, Sumter and the Blitz, but also many of us fell in love with you, though we're still irritated with you about the Churchill thing.
I accept that.
Okay. With the story of a serial killer. So how did you find the devil in the White City?
The full story is way too long to tell, but what happened fundamentally is that I had read a terrific novel called The Alienists by Caleb Carr, which I loved, and I loved it because of how it captured a sense of old New York. So I thought, how about a narrative nonfiction work on a murder? So I went to the Cicero Library in Seattle, took out the Encyclopedia of Murder, just started going through it, looking for a good murder. I came across Holmes under either H or M Mudgett for his real name. He's the serial killer in Devil in the White City. And I truly was not interested in doing crime porn. I looked for other murderers who might be much more interesting to do.
Crime porn.
Crime porn.
You're against crime porn.
I'm against crime porn because Holmes it was the epitome of a crime pornographer, if you will. I mean, he had acid vests, dissection tables, the whole thing. I didn't want to do that kind of thing. And so I kept looking. I got sidetracked and wound up doing an entirely different book called Isaac Storm about a hurricane that destroyed Galveston, Texas. Went back into the idea of trying to find a murderer, still had no luck. But I remembered this tiny little element from the Encyclopedia of Murder that Holmes had been there at the same time as the Great World's Fair of 1893, which I knew nothing about. I knew nothing about that World's Fair. Started reading about the fair, and that's when I got completely hooked. And I think I mentioned this the other day, that there was a footnote in this monographic history, the most boring thing I've ever read in my life, that should have killed the book right there. A footnote about juicy fruit gum, that was introduced to consumers at the World's Fair of 1893. Who knew? And you know, I'm a passionate chewer of juicy fruit gum, and I thought, wow, this is 100 years old. And one thing led to another, footnote after footnote. I realized, wow, this is a great story. And the juxtaposition of darkness and light, and Devil in the White City. The title came to me within 24 hours. So that's the short form.
That's great. Marvelous. Tim, your first major work was on the appeasement. Talk about, well, assess the validity, as we would say in school, assess the validity of this statement. Was Neville Chamberlain as bad as we think?
Well, I would say that bad is a difficult word. I don't know whether you mean poor or a moral judgment, but let's assuming that the general idea is that he is weak and that he appeased Hitler by being weak. And this, I firmly believe, is a fallacy. Neville Chamberlain was one of the most determined and ruthless prime ministers that Britain has ever had. He had a vast majority in the House of Commons, and he did not shy away from using all of the apparatus of pretty strong political power, including the security services, to spy on his political opponents, including Winston Churchill, whose telephones he tapped to try and stir up trouble in the constituencies of MPs who opposed his policy of appeasement, to consider cashing in after Munich and calling a general election, which would increase his majority yet further. So this was a man who had an unshakable sense of himself, something which you could discuss coming from his background and going off as a young man to grow sisal in the Bahamas all on his own, a project which didn't prosper but nevertheless had got where he had in politics through sheer grit and determination. It was his elder half-brother, Austin Chamberlain, who was meant to be the Prime Minister, or his father, Joseph Chamberlain, not him. But was he bad in the sense that he pursued a bad policy and pursued it beyond logical bounds? Yes, I think he was. And the fundamental arguments in favor of appeasement tend to be retrospective, the most obvious one being that it bought Britain time in order to rearm. And that just doesn't stack up as an argument that this is something Chamberlain was trying to deliberately do. Because when he came back from Munich, he was confronted by Lord Halifax, his foreign secretary, who said, in effect, you've been very lucky. This is not Hitler's last territorial demand. This is not peace for our time. We must never be caught in this precarious position again. We must expedite British rearmament. And Neville Chamberlain replied, but I've brought back peace. You don't say, I've brought back peace for our time, if you really think it's peace for only another 12 months. And it's only after Kristallnacht, and really then after the German invasion of the rump of Czechoslovakia in the March of 1939 that British rearmament does increase, while at the same time Stalin has been making his own calculations and deciding, actually, the British and the French are always going to appease Hitler. It is in my best interests to make a deal with this man and carve up Eastern and Central Europe for our own benefit. So I don't think that there's much that can be said in its defense.
Why is it there's a trope in, I want to ask you about Churchill himself, because the common denominator here is Winston Churchill. One of the greatest eulogies ever delivered was Churchill on Chamberlain, which surprises people. In fact, it's more moving, I think, than Churchill's eulogy for FDR. As an author of narrative nonfiction, what's the human relationship between these two men who have come down to us, perhaps, I would say unfairly, as the antipodes of peace, of war and appeasement?
Well, it's fascinating because we think of them as the antipodes, but Churchill does not think of Neville Chamberlain as the prime villain. For him, and this is very clear from the first volume of his memoirs, the prime villain is Stanley Baldwin, Neville Chamberlain's predecessor as Prime Minister, who did not, as Churchill wished, create the large air force and didn't oppose German remilitarization of the Rhineland, etc., etc. And indeed, he said to one of Baldwin's other cabinet ministers later on, while Baldwin was still alive, he never published this, I bear Stanley no ill will. In fact, I quite like Stanley, but it would have been far better had he never been born. But Neville Chamberlain, Churchill was always magnanimous. It's the motto of the memoirs, that in victory, magnanimity. And he was a loyal lieutenant to Chamberlain when he served as First Lord of the Admiralty. He did not conspire, he did not contrive for the top job, and then he never forgot that at the critical moment when Lord Halifax was pushing for armistice terms, or at least feelers to Germany following the fall of France, it was Neville Chamberlain that provided, there wasn't literally a vote, but the figurative vote in the War Cabinet to stop that. So I think he had reason to be grateful to Neville Chamberlain.
So what is it about Winston Churchill, half American, the good half, we like to say? I'm sure you appreciate that.
The good half.
You all, he's attracted all of you. He's a marvelous autobiographer, both not only the war memoirs, but I think he almost outdoes Trollope, I think, in his literary output. Do you all know the story about he would send a book to all the, I'm sure none of us do this, but automatically send a book to colleagues, and someone wrote back saying, "Dear Winston, thank you for your latest. I have put it on the shelf with the others." But what is it? What draws you?
Well, I think the thing about Churchill is he is utterly frank, charismatic, incredibly quirky. I mean, the things that drew me, I was astonished by his behavior at Chequers during some of these dinners in the peak of this devastating threat from Germany, and the things that happened there. You know, walking around in his Blitz suit, which made him look like a light blue Easter egg. You know, and he would have these dignitaries gathered for dinner at Chequers that were just these fabulous. People have said to me periodically, you get asked, who would you most like to have dinner with if you had an opportunity? And it would be Churchill at one of those Chequers dinners.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sonia, what was it?
Well, I guess I've been trying to understand him as the man. I mean, what made him capable of standing up to Hitler, to tyranny, in a way that so many other leaders were incapable of doing. And again, sort of Clementine gave me some answers on that, because if you read Gil Wynant, for example, the American ambassador to Britain during the war, a very great man, much overlooked, did enormous amounts. After the war, he wrote a book in which he says, if the future breeds historians of understanding, then finally Clementine Churchill will get her due. Well, that was a bit of a rallying cry for me. And then his Dr. Lord Moran, Churchill's Dr. Lord Moran, said, you want to know where his strength comes from? It comes from Clementine. And his chief of staff, General Ismay, Pug Ismay, wrote the history of Winston Churchill and the history of the world would have been very different without Clementine. So he was a man, this global legend, but guess what? He's a human being like the rest of us. He had insecurities and fears, and if you read those letters, he's always pleading with Clementine to shore him up that little bit more. She's his rock, he says. He depends on her so hugely. And so I find him fascinating because he was a human being. He wasn't some god. He had those fears, those dark moments like all of us. And he sought reassurance and strength from others. And so that's what really fascinates me about him, is trying to understand him not only as a leader, but as a human being, because you can't really separate that. And so I think she helped to humanize him. She helped him to understand that this was a war that had to be fought by all classes, all backgrounds. It was essential, therefore, to bring them in, to understand what they needed. And so it's that process. And I was very pleased, actually, because I don't know whether any of you have watched the Netflix series The Crown. So the Churchills are obviously represented in that, and Clementine is as well, and there are various scenes. Harriet Walter, the actress, plays Clementine. And she wrote to me, and she's now written publicly, that several scenes were changed as a result of my biography to give her a bigger part, still not big enough really to represent what Clementine did. And I think she sort of said that my biography was like opening the window and letting a flood of fresh air and sunlight in, that finally we could understand the human dimension of this. But my father fought all the way through the war. My mother was in the Blitz. My father had a terrible headache from 1943 until the day he died in 2010. I'm a war child, the youngest child of the second marriage. He was an old dad. I feel very connected to the Second World War because of that. We were never allowed to make loud noises at home. Really, absolutely had to be so careful. I was never allowed to go and see fireworks, because if I did, he thought that would be bad for me because of all the loud bangs that he'd endured. And so this was a connection. So I wanted to understand, what were these people really like?
If I can add something to the humanity of Churchill, one of the most moving things that I came across when I was doing my book, The Splendid and the Vile, which is about, it did not start out to be about the first year of his prime ministry, but it happened to coincide exactly with the bulk of the German air campaign against Britain. But one of the most moving things to me was, in the midst of all of this, he took the time to write to the parents of a couple of boys who were killed in a fire on a passenger train. Just in the middle of all this chaos, he wrote this warm, loving letter to the parents, and that said a lot to me.
Yeah.
That would have been very much Clementine's influence. That would have been something she believed in hugely, definitely.
So part of what sets you all apart from traditional or conventional mainstream history is the narrative capacity. And I'd love to hear what novelists you all admire, and/or was there a narrative nonfiction model for you? Are you Walter Lord people? Are you, how does this work?
Can I jump in on that?
Please.
Yeah, to me it was David McCulloch's The Johnstown Flood. Hands down. I read that book, and it was so powerful. And I thought, wow, I've never read history like this, you know. And I actually diagrammed the chapters and highlighted he wouldn't have called them cliffhangers maybe, or maybe he would, but highlighted how he got us to move from one piece to another, how he cut back and forth through the narrative. And then from there I went to The Guns of August by Barbara Tuchman, and I just, the same kind of thing. I love that, very different kind of a work, but this powerful way of managing the material in an incredibly compelling way. Probably the most beautiful paragraph in nonfiction is the first paragraph of The Guns of August. And it just, I marveled at the art that went into that. So that was very influential to me, both of those. And Walter Lord.
Tim?
I admire novelists and take inspiration, but I wouldn't say that there's a model in any of them, and nor can I think of a historian that has been a model of or a template for narrative. I would say that growing up and studying history in England, where irony plays such a major part in our life, it's something to do with national decline, which we've been suffering from for several centuries. And looking at
you laugh or you cry.
Yeah. Exactly, and easily the greatest English historian is Edward Gibbon, and his use of irony, as well as marshalling vast amounts of material and telling it in a narrative way in his multi-volume Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire. It's not a style I imitate in any way. Nobody would read it these days as a modern book. The sentences go on for very many lines, and it's quite loquacious, but bringing in humor and the human touches and his ability to combine the grand arc of narrative with the telling detail or the waspish aside is, I think, something which I have always remembered.
Mm-hmm. I mean, there are many books I could draw on, but I think also I draw on cinema and theatre, because I've often thought about this idea of method acting. And although I'm not exactly doing method acting, I really believe in going to the places where the people I'm writing about have been at the sort of as near to the time as I can possibly make it. So just for example, my previous book, A Woman of No Importance, about an American secret agent in France who did so much to fan the flames of the French resistance and did extraordinary things. She brought in 21 parachute drops into a part of France where she was very much, you know, responsible for clearing the Germans completely without a single professional soldier. That first night when they're waiting for the parachute drop, no one knows that those planes are going to come. Maybe she's a fraud. Maybe that her life is at risk if those planes don't come, because she's just this American woman who comes out of nowhere and says, yeah, everyone, you've got to do what I'm telling you to do because I'm going to bring you guns and ammunition shortly. So this night is absolutely crucial. And I knew exactly where it was that she was waiting. It's a plateau in the Haute-Loire in France. I went there at night up to the plateau. It is the most desolate, extraordinary, remote place with at the edge these mountains shaped like jagged teeth. And I know that the pilots who did come that night, thank goodness, obviously they didn't have GPS or anything like that. They had to use the irregular outline of those mountains in the dark, because there any remaining light that they could pick up from the moon to come in. And you're up there and you're on your own, and it's really spooky. And I just tried to put myself into her shoes as much as I possibly could. And I also knew that they had to get rid of the guns and the ammo and everything else would come down in these metal canisters made by the gas board in southeast London, which would often explode on impact, and you'd have to get the things away. But the Gestapo would obviously be tracking, or the milice, the French version, would be tracking these planes coming in. So you had minutes to get rid of them. And some locals who absolutely got into the fact that I wanted to know what this was like and revere Virginia Hall. She's almost a saint to them to this day. The Madonna, they called her, La Madonna des Montagnes. They're absolutely amazed by her still now. They showed me this sort of underground waterfall where they, not very ecologically, I'm afraid, threw the canisters because they would be washed away quickly before perhaps the Gestapo, the milice, could get there. So it was being up there with some locals, meeting the widow of one of the men who was with her that night, who took me through all the suspense day by day. So that's what I mean almost by method acting. I had to go up there at that time of night and feel it in order to be able to describe it. I had, witness accounts, I had that material to go on, but it's the sort of the emotional resonance as well, I think, is really important. And I kind of slightly borrowed from cinema there.
Mm.
Yeah, no.
Do you all read your own work aloud in process?
I do.
Yes.
I do. Yeah.
3 for 3?
No.
You don't?
Sometimes I sort of stand up and read it, under my breath, but I don't tend to do that. Maybe I should. Maybe I'm missing something.
I asked Amor Tolls that a couple of months ago, and he said, I don't, but I just don't like my voice as much as you like yours.
That sounds like Amor.
Thought it was kind of annoying.
But I do. I do it all the time, and it is, to me, the best way to uncover infelicities of pace and grammar,
yep.
So it's invaluable to me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I agree. Have you mentioned putting a book aside? What's the one? You're too young. My God. What is there one that got away?
I forgot because I'm too old.
Have you started something and it just didn't click? I've got several.
I can address that also. So I don't know how you all do it, but I always start with a book proposal, which is a very detailed thing. My agent says, "Why are you doing book proposals? At this point, you can just write a letter to the publisher." And I'm like, "No, I want to have it's almost like a legal document."
Eric, at this point, you could text. Okay.
At this point, I could text. But so I do these elaborate proposals. Starts with a sample chapter, a long essay about what the basic story is, what the plot is, if you will, what the narrative is going to be like, what the sources are, and then a capsule outline throughout the rest of the book, bit by bit by bit. And to me, that is incredibly valuable. One time, addressing your question, I did this whole process, 185-page book proposal. Sent it to my agent.
Say that again.
185-page book proposal. Sent it to my agent. And as soon as I sent it to my agent, I knew it was wrong. And I called him up right away. I said, this isn't going to work. And he said, okay.
What was it?
Can't tell you because what's interesting? Well, what's interesting to me about it is that, strangely, it may have a new life because of shifting climate conditions. So who knows? But anyway.
So the death of the planet could be good for you.
Yeah.
Tim, have you started something?
I just agreed a deal to write a book on. The idea is that I'm working on a trilogy, and the book that came out, Allies at War, on the politics of the war, is the middle part. The appeasement part was the first part, and this is the final part on the hinge decades of the 20th century, the 30s, the 40s, and then the transition from World War into Cold War. I don't like writing book proposals at all. I find it a very difficult process of selling yourself sufficiently that they want it, but not overselling it, because at this time that you're writing it, you know what the story is, but you haven't got into the archives yet. And if you're an academic based at a university, you could have maybe spent months and months in a particular archive writing a monograph or a paper on something, and then said, actually, I found out so much new material, there's a book here, and I'm going to do that. But I think probably all of us on this platform have to say, this is an idea, and I'm going to approach it in a different way, and these are all the archives, and I've got this ideas about it and how it will differentiate from the existing literature, but you don't know whether you're going to come across some great new cache of documents until you start. And there's then this great fear that as you're wading through paper after paper, and that's why you've got to have read everything else that's out there before, because you can't go into the archives blind and come across this great letter and think, this is the most amazing letter, I'm going to quote all of this, because you need to know whether Eric Larson has already put it in his book, and he probably has. So you've got
at least he put it in the proposal.
Yeah, at least he got it in the proposal.
Put it in the proposal. So yes, I'm now working out the great logistics of how to research a book entirely based on US archives, or almost entirely based on US archives, while not living in this great country of yours?
Let me just throw in one more note about book proposals. One reason I do it is to keep panic at bay. When you get your deal, your book deal, your publisher signs on, then comes the moment where it's like, oh my God, I have to do this book. And when I have my book proposal, it's like God opening up the sky. I have my sample chapter, I've already begun.
Okay, now you're just showing off. I don't know if this is worth telling, but I do a prologue as a proposal. And then in the middle of each book, I've decided that I've misspent my life and need to quit. And so I started this with Franklin and Winston. I will write an epilogue that's essentially the book talk to try to get myself.
Interesting.
Usually I'll be stuck in, say, Tehran, and I want to get to VE Day. What about you? Has there been one that got away?
Well, it's funny you should say that about a prologue, because yes, the last 2 books I've done a prologue as my proposal. I'm now facing the difficult 4th album.
We're here to help.
Yeah, and I am terrified. I've been so lucky with the last 3 books that the stories have worked out so much better than I had hoped that I'm almost paralyzed with fear this time. So instead of sending what I should do, the prologue, which I could probably put together pretty much right now, I am researching and researching and researching and researching, and I'm in danger of doing all the research before writing the proposal, because I am just so scared after 3 kind of hits that this one won't work. I think it will, but that's why I can't even tell you what it is, because I'm still doing that. I am going to archives pre-proposal, which is kind of quite unusual, just because I'm so determined that this is the right one. So yeah, you talk about fear, you talk about panic. You wouldn't believe how much we authors get scared and panic about things. Well, at least I do. Anyway.
No, I'm back to this idea of jumping into. My MO typically is to jump into an archive with nothing, no prior knowledge, no announcement to the archivist that I'm coming, to see what is there before I do the proposal, just to see what's going to happen, and I find it invaluable. It's almost magical. When I was doing the Lusitania, before I did my Lusitania book, I flew down to Stanford University. The Hoover Institution has a remarkable Lusitania collection. And there, I announced myself to the curator, and she then recognized I'd done books before. And as I'm sitting there at this table working through various archival materials, she plops a plank of wood on the table next to me. And this was a piece of a lifeboat from the Lusitania.
Wow.
And it was just this magical, almost like supernatural thing, like, wow, this really happened. Do you ever have to convince yourselves of this? Like, you realize, yeah, this did happen.
That's incredible. I remember when I was in the archives, the early stages with A Woman of No Importance. I think I just went for a couple of days before writing my proposal, and I was telling the story earlier, and it was a bit like it was serendipity. It was a Tuesday, and I know this. I was sitting there, I was getting some files out, but I was probably sort of sighing quite loudly, because a lot of the files were redacted still. Some of them were still classified. And a gentleman who was sitting next to me, who I hadn't noticed at all, tapped me on the shoulder and said, can I have a word outside, please? Oh, well, I was slightly worried about this. I thought I'd been handling the documents incorrectly or something. We went outside, and he spoke initially in riddles. Couldn't quite get what he was saying. Anyway, it transpired that he was a recently retired MI6 officer who just happened to be sitting next to me that day, who just happened to see I was getting files out, a lot of which were still classified or redacted, could hear my frustration with this process, asked me what I was writing about, and said, okay, I'm going to help you declassify as many as I can, or point you in the right direction if I can't. And then introduced me to a former colleague of his, a recently retired CIA officer, just because I sat in that one desk on that one day next to him. And so that was a sign, you better write this book, because otherwise that wouldn't have happened. And that was very early on. I think it was possibly my second day, just having a quick look in the archives. So sometimes you get a sign a bit like that, you know that it's meant to happen. You're meant to do this.
My favorite moment was Monticello allowed me to sleep in Jefferson's bedroom one night. I didn't have as much fun as he did. I hasten to add, but it's the essence of what you all do, right, is repertorial. And we don't associate that. Tim, you're sort of I'm assigning you the Speak for the Historian Caucus brief. We don't think of that in, again, sort of classical history as much. I don't want to be overly Chamberlain and Churchill on this, but is that your instinct, is the curiosity that drives you all about the fact or about the narrative? And they are different.
To me, it's the story.
It's the narrative.
Story. But you know, I come to this as a former journalist, first a small newspaper, and then the Wall Street Journal, and then long-form magazine pieces, and kind of natural sort of segue into longer and longer things until I realized, you know, if I do this magazine piece and with all this material, I might as well do a book. But it's the story at this. I don't even think of myself necessarily as a historian. And I've encountered a couple of historians who don't think much of me as a historian either, actually. But my goal is to create, utterly nonfiction, is to create a historical experience that lodges you in the past. Not necessarily comprehensive, doesn't necessarily cover all the ground, but that lodges you in the past in such a way that when you come out of the whatever reverie you're in as you're reading one of my books, that you will come out with a sense of having lived in the past. My favorite reaction to any of my books, bar none, was after Devil in the White City. I was giving a talk at the Chicago Club, came to the question and answer period, a woman got up, and I swear she was near tears, and she said, you know, when I finished reading this book, I didn't want to come back. I didn't want to ask her where she'd been, but you know, it was just so moving to me.
Mm-hmm. That's great. Tim?
I think Eric's completely right, and it can be that the two should be synonymous. The fact is the story. I think you want the fact, you want to get to the truth, and sometimes it's sad when you go further down a particular route of historical investigation, you will discover that some story is not quite as good as you thought it is, not quite as thrilling, and yet you have a duty as a historian to represent it how it is. But I agree with Eric, and this is something which links to your earlier question about inspirations in other elements of literature. I feel that not just irony, but dramatic irony can be incredibly powerful as a narrative tool. The inspiration for my appeasement book was not that I had discovered a lot of new material I subsequently went on to. The inspiration which started me working on it was reading the contemporaneous diaries of senior British parliamentarians who would write things in 1936 like, I really think we've got that chap Hitler under control now. It's all fine. And that's like watching the Titanic steaming towards the iceberg. And or being a member of the audience watching Oedipus and seeing how he is heading towards murdering his father and marrying his mother, but also trying to make the reader understand how someone could have that sense of hubris about foreign policy at that time, how they could fear Stalin and Soviet communism more than Nazism and fascism in Europe, and making them look at it from that exact moment and experience the moral and political dilemmas as contemporaries experience them. The what would I have done in that situation question.
No.
Yeah.
Sonia?
Well, it is a combination of both, I think. I too was a journalist, and in fact my very first book was about Boris Johnson, the previous Prime Minister of Great Britain, one that we don't lament very much, I think it's fair to say. And that was very much a journalistic exercise. I thought it my duty to try and warn people about him, having worked with him very closely when we were both reporters, So that was a very different thing, but it was my transition from being a journalist to being an author. So after that, I decided to go into history to find my stories. And I wanted to find subjects that I wanted to have in my head. I didn't want to have Boris Johnson in my head anymore, but the three women I've written about that are in my head constantly, and I feel that I have learned from them a huge amount. Virginia Hall's resilience, determination is extraordinary, and I try and learn lessons from that. So facts are obviously incredibly important. My footnotes go on for ages and ages. I find that that is really essential. But as Eric says, the narrative has to work. It has to thrill. It has to be pacey. It has to want to lure you in, and hopefully to give you that feeling as you close the last page, oh, wow, I'm going to miss that person because I've lived their life with them.
And above all, it has to be true.
Oh,
all
yeah.
those other things.
Absolutely. That's why you have to have
the challenge
yeah.
of narrative nonfiction. Exactly.
And that's why I'm absolutely, determined to have all the footnotes. This is where I got this stuff from. It may seem stranger than fiction, but it's actually true. I mean, Virginia Hall's exploits are extraordinary, but they are all, catalogued and backed up by files and secret documents. And actually, I think that's more exciting than I've never tried to write fiction, but it's so exciting to have a story that's better than fiction, that is true. It really makes you want to jump out of bed in the morning and get on with it because you want to tell the world that story.
And we are grateful to you all. Thank you very much, all three of you.